Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
This angel is worse than Satan, and this is also the angel that was responsible for creating demons. The book of Enoch describes a group of fallen angels known as the Watchers, and these angels are believed to be some of the first angels that sinned against God. In this video, I will be focusing on the leader of these angels, Samyaza. Samyaza was responsible for corrupting humanity in the worst way imaginable. Samyaza led the 200 Watchers to sin against mankind, and this nearly wiped out humanity completely. And perhaps it would have if God didn't intervene. This is how this angel nearly eradicated humanity as a whole. First, Samyaza had lust for human women. However, he was scared to commit such a sin by himself. So he told the 200 Watchers this: "I fear you will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin." And they all answered him and said, "Let us all swear an oath and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing." Then swear they all together and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. This agreement occurred on Mount Hermon. After the Watchers made this agreement, all hell broke loose. The result of Samyaza and the other Watchers interbreeding with humans were monstrous hybrid beings known as the Nephilim. These hybrids were so evil that they nearly erased humanity completely. The book of Enoch says, "And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 300 ells. They consumed all the acquisitions of men, and when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Their reign began in the days of the righteous patriarch Jared, the father of the prophet Enoch." This incident is also covered in the Bible, which highlights how disastrous this moment was in biblical history. The Bible mentions how there were Nephilim in the earth in those days, in the book of Genesis, and also how the sons of God lusted for the daughters of men and created these hybrid beings. The Watcher's name literally translates to the sons of God, so the Bible was referring to these angels. In the book of Giants, found at Qumran, Samyaza, through this forbidden action, fathers two half-breed giant sons, Ohia and Haya. The book of Giants is an apocryphal book which expands upon the Genesis narrative of the Hebrew Bible, in a similar manner to the book of Enoch. References to the giants are found in Genesis 6 verses 1 through 4, the books of Enoch, Ethiopic, Slavonic, Hebrew, Greek, Jubilees, Genesis Apocryphon, 2 and 3 Baruch, Slavonic, the Damascus document, and visions in Daniel 7, 9, 14. This book tells of the background and fate of these antediluvial giants and their fathers, the Watchers. But let's speak more about Samyaza's direct hybrid children, Ohia and Haya. Enoch was ordered by God to preach repentance to the giants and Watchers so that they would avoid God's wrath and destruction. And this act by God alone lets us know how forgiving he truly is. In his mercy, God gave Samyaza's giant sons, Ohia and Haya, dreams, and these giants relayed the dreams to the other Nephilim and the Watchers. This assembly of Watcher giant associates were perplexed by the dreams, so they sent a giant named Maweh to Enoch's abode and to the places of his preaching, for Maweh had been instructed that he must first hear the prophet speak before petitioning him for the oracle. Enoch, in his attempt to intercede on their behalf, provided not only the oracle that the Watchers and Giants had requested, but also twin tablets that revealed the full meaning of their dreams and God's future judgment against them. When the Watchers and Giants had at last heard heaven's response, many chose, in their transcendent pride and arrogance, rather than to turn from their evil ways, to act in defiance against God. Let's now look at how the leader of the Watchers nearly wiped us out, and how this terrible angel and those in agreement with him were punished by God. After Samyaza and the other Watchers created these creatures, the Watchers also began to teach humans forbidden secrets and knowledge that destroyed humanity. Ultimately, the Watchers' teachings made humans separate from God. These angels taught us things like magic, forbidden arts, and sciences, all of which humanity used to destroy one another. Particularly Azazel. This angel is usually highlighted as the angel who taught the most destructive teachings to humanity. Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. Azazel is a chief watcher directly behind Samyasa. If you would like a second, more detailed video on Azazel, comment part 2. For this video's focus is about Samyaza, the leader of these angels. Samyaza taught humans enchantments and root cuttings. So essentially, Samyaza taught humans about magic. The form of magic he taught humans was most likely dark magic, due to the fact everything these angels taught humans caused us to walk away from God and destroy one another. During this time, everything on the earth was hectic. Between the angels' hybrid offsprings, the fallen angels, and the fallen angels' teachings which affected humanity for the worse, the world became much more dark. Things such as witchcraft became popularized during this time and also after that. We can see this kind of magic prominent in places such as ancient Egypt. Priests were the main practitioners of magic in pharaonic Egypt, where they were seen as guardians of a secret knowledge given by the gods to humanity to ward off the blows of fate. We can clearly see these so-called gods are just fallen angels being worshipped as the false gods that we were warned about in Exodus 20 verses 3 to 5. In ancient Egypt, the most respected users of magic were the lector priests, who could read the ancient books of magic kept in temple and palace libraries. In popular stories, such men were credited with the power to bring wax animals to life, or roll back the waters of a lake. But this magic was also used for evil purposes. Though magic was mainly used to protect or heal in ancient Egypt, the Egyptian state also practiced destructive magic. The names of foreign enemies and Egyptian traitors were inscribed on clay pots, tablets, or figurines of bound prisoners. These objects were then burned, broken, or buried in cemeteries in the belief that this would weaken or destroy the enemy. So this segment just shows us how much this ancient culture was also impacted by the Watcher's teachings, particularly the teachings of Samyaza regarding his enchantments. Samyaza is directly responsible for what we now call the occult world, where magic is practiced amongst people who studied the esoteric significance of our world. These very same teachings are believed to be practiced by those in power still till this day to maintain a high position in society, and also to brainwash and deceive the masses so they can maintain their power. A common theme is seen when we begin to look throughout the history of powerful empires. Nearly all of the most renowned leaders of the time practiced or believed in some sort of mysticism for advantages to maintain or gain power. Look at the Egyptian pharaohs, for example. Even in departure, magic was used in their ceremony to cross over into the afterlife. All Egyptians expected to need Heka, which is the Egyptian word for magic, to preserve their bodies and souls in the afterlife. And curses threatening to send dangerous animals to hunt down tomb robbers were sometimes inscribed on tomb walls. The mummified body itself was protected by amulets hidden beneath its wrappings. Collections of funerary spells, such as the coffin texts in the Book of the Dead, were included in elite burials to provide esoteric magical knowledge. These spells that were taught to humans were not just some fantasy either. At least 13 people who opened the infamous King Tut's tomb mysteriously passed away shortly after. And all of the cultures which practiced magic also have stories similar to that of the Watchers, descending down to Earth and manipulating humanity genetically. This story is prominent in ancient Mesopotamia, where deities known as the Anunnaki came down and then manipulated human DNA. However, for this segment, we will particularly focus on the Bible and what it says about this heavenly secret known as magic, which was taught to humanity by the leader of the sons of God, Samyaza. Magic is an ancient practice rooted in rituals, spiritual divinations, and/or cultural lineage, with an intention to invoke, manipulate, or otherwise manifest supernatural forces, beings, or entities in the natural world. But when we ask ourselves how the mere natural, us humans, came into knowledge of this supernatural understanding, it all begins to come together and make one big picture. As we look in the Bible, we see different forms of this practice being used for more positive purposes, such as contacting God, before Samyaza demonized this practice. Genesis 12:6-8 says, "At that time the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, 'To your offspring I will give this land.' So he built an altar there to the Lord, who had appeared to him." Now, if we look back at the definition of what magic means, we see it means to also manifest supernatural beings into the world. And clearly this was done in Genesis 12, when Abram summoned God by creating an altar. As we can see, the natural and supernatural were always connected, as God intended it to be. God gave humans a vessel to contain a soul in order to live a life in which we spiritually grow closer to Him, to reach a higher level of existence in the next life. Unfortunately for humans, however, Samyaza and the other sons of God drastically prevented humans from reaching the supernatural paradise, all due to their greed and fornication. Teachings such as magic separated us from God because it made humans rely on magic instead of God. The things the Watchers taught humans were not initially bad. However, they taught humans how to use them for bad purposes, which led to our demise. But also it led to the fallen angels and Nephilim's demise in the end. God made these hybrid creatures, and the Watchers wage a civil war upon each other in retaliation for these abominations corrupting the earth. This was a destructive battle that resulted in many of the Nephilim giants being slayed. This was the purpose why God made this civil war happen. Then the Lord ordered Archangel Michael to bind Samyaza and his associates for 70 generations, and after that time was up, they would be casted into hell forever. The final part of God's wrath was the Great Flood. The Great Flood was meant to destroy the remaining remnants of the corrupted genes on the earth. What people don't understand is Noah was spared from the flood because his genetics remained uncorrupted, whilst the rest of the world was affected in some way by the fallen angels' genetic manipulation. Now remember how I said Samyaza was responsible for creating demons? This is how the creation of demons came about. After Samyaza and his heavenly brothers created the Nephilim giants, and God eradicated them, there remained the evil souls of these monstrous beings. To conclude this video,
Real quick, can you pause it?
Most High and the Most High only. Do not worship or
I just want to make a quick point in a note that it said that Noah was pure in his genes, right, in his genetics. I just wanted to make a quick little note of that
Oh no,
because
no,
in
no.
this,
That was the end of that. I wanted to play like that quick 12 minutes so people could get to understand what we about to talk about. You know what I'm
okay,
saying? Because I've been researching this, and because I never really understood about this, and when I called you about it, because I was like, "What?" You know what I'm saying? It was like, "What?"
right,
And
right,
I'll tell your face is like, "Child, please." Your face,
yeah,
you're like, "No." Okay, so that was the end of the video. He was gonna wrap it up and get into some. Don't be doing this and don't be doing that, and blah 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 blah. Everybody witchcraft and magic and blah blah blah. So please, like, I don't know.
yeah.
That is
Uh,
like,
A biased
okay,
standpoint,
very much biased. But when I like go through the Book of Enoch discussion, it's all biased. So I'm like, what's going on with this? So let's go. I mean, maybe I should have paused it in between as it was going on and let you comment on each thing and let you say, oh, hold on. But I mean, I have other videos where they talk about this stuff and it gets it deeper, it gets real crazy. Hey, what's up, Bones Jones? What's up, Michael? TMKC, hey, how's it going? I think thought I saw Gynocracy up in here. Jackie, thank you for being our mod. Alcatone, thank you for everybody for coming up here for this conversation. And this is an open panel, so we're just going to start off with Blue breaking things down, and we do also invite people to come up here and discuss this because when I first saw this, me being a practitioner of E5, and I was like, "Well, is the Watchers like?" And I called you. I said, "So, do you think the Watchers were the Orisha?" Because I was confused.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded like they're trying to make these beings, these Watchers, sound like the Orisha. You know what I'm saying? But then make them into something evil. They created giants that was fall in love with humans. Give your take
Right.
on the
Right.
Book of Enoch. Let's
Um, well, one thing I'll say is in general, the if you well one thing I'll tell you, if you notice it separated itself from the Bible. We didn't even have to do that, right? It in itself is separated. It kept saying, and it mentions even in the Bible, which is kind of telling you that for some reason this guy doesn't feel like the Book of Enoch is a part of the Bible. But what you see, the overall theme is, and this is when we start to talk about like what like the use of like anthropomorphic language, right? Meaning that sometimes and how they even the way that they use myths in a lot of ways different, in especially when you're dealing with the Bible. Usually things that seem like something that seems like it's just a tree is never just a tree, right? Just like something that just sounds like it's just the innocent animal is never just the innocent animal. A lot of the things that you deal with in the Bible represent different people. And what you see forming in that discussion is that they're showing a separation in cultures, right? And how other people and if you look, it's usually an attack on African spirituality. One of the ways that they was explaining is how African spirituality how they began to practice witchcraft. And so what they now are saying is that that form is something that's separated, that they was able to take man from God. So even if you, and in a lot of ways you do see the connection to to um to the Orisha, right? With, okay, we could even say Ogun being the god of technology, right? Or of war and technology. At one point, it was agriculture, but you can see that in the story that they're telling them how different things was introduced into humanity. So you can see them taking credit in that state, but what they do is they begin to say that the way that other people practice, because they're not saying that it's different. They saying it's the way that we practice, meaning who we practice to, right? So to the in the narrative, Olodumare would be um, a false deity, basically, right? According to the narrative. So anything that we would do under the guidelines of Olodumare would be in violation of the Torah, not based off of the practice, but based off of who you are practicing to. Now, what makes it, in my opinion, what makes it anti-African is part of the allotment ordeal, right? One of the things that you hear him say is that Noah was pure in his genetics. He was pure in his genes when he was chosen. In the Book of Enoch, it describes Noah's features, and it describes him as somebody with blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin, right? And a lot of people would try to say, "Oh well, he was albino." They try to use that and say he was albino. It does not say albino. It clearly describes him, and not only did it describe him, it said that he looked like the sons of man, right? Now, mind you, it just got through telling you that these sons of man is who gave birth to the people on the earth. So now you got an issue because now you saying that there's this thing that happens and everybody dies on the planet. And now the people that we look at today come through Noah. Well, if we looking at Noah, that's saying that we come through a white man from Mount Ararat on the mountain in Turkey. That's an issue in itself, right? Because we know that we don't come from no mountains in Turkey. That's crazy. And if you look at Mount Ararat, it just so happens to be in around the same area as the Caucasus Mountains. And what's even crazier about that is, remember, the boat does not move, right? The water rises, the boat rises, and then the boat lands on top of the mountain. The boat never moves. So this is the area that they were in. They were in Turkey. So what we see happening is a lot of the credit that is due to because regardless of how we view it, the Orisha is ancestral, is a form of ancestral veneration, because we don't just petition to the Orisha just because, but also there's a genetic connection to them, right? It's almost how we were birthed as a people, right? And so they're taking that and our genetic connection to our own ancestry, and they're trying to remove that and force us over into their ancestry, which would be under Noah's sons of Ham, Shem, and Japheth. And not only do they do that, but in doing that, they still in our practices, because all of this that we just listened to, number one, they don't have history, right? So a lot of this stuff is written in order for them to write themselves into history. So part of their validation in history, most of it is based off of faith, right? People believe in like, if you go to, like, even if you go to Africa is split probably 50-50, maybe probably between Muslims and Christians. And if you ask them who they come from, they'll tell you that they come from Abraham. Right? And this is all by proxy also still of Noah, and Noah's 3 sons. What you see happen, and the way I always describe the flood, right, is that there's no physical flood that happens. The flood, what they talking about is a reallotment of land. And so the allotment that we already had based off our own spiritual traditions, right? So whatever allotment might have been for particularly the Orisha and our genetics has now been transferred over to the genetics of the biblical characters, right? And if you notice that every time, they always are replacing our connection to the source with theirs. So they want you to drop your ancestral worship so you can worship their ancestors. And at the end of the day, the point of it is to say that their ancestors are better than yours. Their ancestors were closer to God than yours. And there's really just no truth to that, because like I said, they don't have history, they don't have a culture. So the things that they are practicing, the reason why we can see familiarity in it is because it's our shit in the first place. They're just taking our stuff and adding a timeline to it and putting characters in it with a lineage.
And that's one thing, that the reason why I had called you when I saw that stuff about Enoch, is I was like, well, this sounds like the Orishas in a way, but they're turning it into something else. I'm like, I don't know where, because I mean the story is like kind of lined up with some of the Orisha and everything like that. And that's when I called you. I said, you know what? Because I know that you know the Bible in and out. So I said, okay, if anybody knows what's going on here when they're bringing up this book, because the one thing that they try to do is they connect it with Ethiopia. They say that this was an Ethiopic script that they had hidden, and that they had found this book and blah blah blah, and that's the reason why it makes it valid, because it's from Ethiopia, and it's this book that's X amount of time that was missing from the Bible. So but so they're trying to connect it to Africa, but they still don't, give it any reverence. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
And
sorry.
see, there you go. You hear me? And see, what you're gonna hear from a lot of people is that Christianity is African, and usually a lot of times what they try to base that off of the story of Ethiopia and how things came about. But if you can, I want to show you. I want to show the people something. If you can you pull up the Ge'ez? It's Geez. It's the Ethiopian. Let's pull up the Ethiopian Bible. This is the oldest.
This
Um,
on YouTube or like this on Google?
just Google it. We just want to see. We just want to see the pictures of it, and we want to open it up because so we can show that it's not African. Right? People do this all of the time, and I could tell they never opened up the book. Like if you they'll go, oh no, this is African, this was us, this is that, this is so much different. No, this is a this is no different than any other Greco-Roman book that we have, right? Let's see. We just want maybe you go to images. If we can should be just some images of it open. There we go, right there. You see it? You see those pictures? Now that right there, I believe that's Abba Garima, right? Those are the Garima saints. The Garima saints are the ones who are responsible, right? They had a dude name, I think his name was Abba Garima, and it was said that he copied the Bible down in Ethiopia in one day, and they said that God, I guess, stopped the sun or something like that, so he would be able to do it. But when you look at all of these people and who they are, none of them are actual native Ethiopians. All of them come from Greco-Roman territories, right? Look at this. This is your African book. Does that look like an African to you?
Hold on, let me do this. Hold on.
No, you good. Okay. I'll do my
Look
lighter.
at my little screen. Hold on, y'all. I try to be cute with my little new layout and everything. I gotta go ahead and go back to the regular layout because all right, we're gonna pull things up. It ain't gonna look right. Okay, here we go. So this is the Ge'ez right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is who is this? This is supposedly it's in
This is
Ethiopia. I don't know who this
yeah.
is.
This is one of your saints right here,
The Ge'ez
right?
Amharic Bible.
Right. And
Wow.
so right. So this is what they say. But when you look inside of it, what you realize is it's not African at all. The pictures aren't African. These aren't African pictures. This look like any other regular ass Bible that you'll get from anybody else.
Do you think they might be just light skinned Ethiopians or maybe like Arab or
Nah. These are Greco Romans, and the reason why I know why. So next, pull up the Garima Gospels, right? Pull up the Garima Gospels, and I think the Garima fathers should show up. The people who actually wrote it. They all come from the same place. All roads gonna always lead you back to Turkey, Anatolia. You'll see that on a regular basis. That's why I said. That's why I started out with the boat landed in Anatolia, right
oh,
there. You see that guy?
well, I
Right.
do
He.
see got the leopard though.
Yeah, I was just finna say. You see the leopard, right? All right.
That leopard's
Where?
all throughout Africa. The leopard is a very big thing, a big deal in Africa because the leopard is the like a powerful tool. Like that's actually
Mm-hmm.
what Shango is you had leopard, but all kings and stuff would wear leopard.
Right. The Greeks also attached themselves to that, right? Because they understood that. They understood how we seen power through symbology, through symbols. So they also use that now when they come in, because remember, this is them entering Africa. So these are the missionaries. These are the first missionaries to come into Africa that enter into Ethiopia. That's who these are, and they come from Greco-Roman provinces that were under Greco-Roman rule, also sent by Constantine's people, right?
So
Or actually, hold
Afro
on, let me take that back. This is after Constantine. By this time, I think this is like 400 AD, so it's like 100 years after. But
so
this is
Afro Asiatic says Ethiopian Christians are black as fudge. But
yeah, they are
the book that they're talking about, these Ethiopian books that they're taught, these
right.
they're
So
yeah. Go ahead.
and so for me, like this is where it becomes a corruption. So I think one place where me and Afro Asiatic might agree is that on it, like even if you're saying like the Christianity aspect of it, the true those true Ethiopians that would be practicing it in its purest form it would be something more closer to a Torah only practice, right? The thing is about that is that they don't we don't have a physical book. The physical books always come from the outside, right? We only do the practices. And so the physical books are all based off of the people who actually practice the culture,
Yeah, because our culture was made
right? You
naturally.
kind of get what I'm saying. So like
Wasn't our
they got a
culture
group that they
naturally
call in
like?
Ethiopia. They call them Beta Israel, right?
Can I say this real
And
quick?
they basically would genetically. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I was saying, can I say this?
Make sure.
Wasn't
Oh, my audio went
Ethiopian and
out.
African traditions more like passed down orally? So we didn't have a lot of books and stuff because we used song and
Right.
things like that to pass the stories down orally. But then, with the Nile Valley and things, we did have writing and stuff like that. But we passed a lot of things down orally. That
Yeah,
is
we
the same.
lived the tradition. It's a difference though. We lived it as opposed to it wasn't something that we read every day. It was something that we lived. So you didn't have to like that's what I be mean. It's a difference between what they have written down and what we would call the living tour, right? And I think it gets alluded to sometimes when I think even Christ, I think in the New Testament refers to the living word. But the living tour would just be the practice of these people. What they have written is based off of people looking from the outside in.
So would you say that this book of Enoch is a part of the Bible? Or is it like, was it like a missing part that because they want to make it seem like this was a part of the Bible that they left out, or was
I
this its own
mean,
that they
I
found out?
would have to say like based off of what we would say historically, I would say that it is because if that what you just pulled up was the Geese, right? That's the oldest complete copy in the world, right? There's no completed book older than that book, and that book has it in there. So I would have to say based off of that, yes. And we know that that book was sanctioned by the Greco-Roman Empire. So they agreed with that at one point in time. Now, whether what they did with it after a while, that's different. But at that time, when they canonized it, that's a part of their canon because this is a sanctioned canon book. Like people are trying to make it like this was separate, but nobody had any books that was separate or that wasn't already sanctioned by one of the what you call it. And if you look at all of the different orthodoxies, the Ethiopian orthodoxy is the closest to the Roman orthodoxy.
Gary is saying, "Yo, blue." So,
Was good, was good.
right. So, I mean, so I really want you to break down, like, so he got into ancient Egypt and how the Egyptians, the priests, believed a certain way, and this, that, the other, and that was magic, and it made them get away from
Right.
God. What do you think about that?
Well, number one, that's dogma, right? Because even if we using the biblical, even if we using the scriptures, it's the difference between dogma and principle. So the dogma is that you can disconnect yourself from God. The principle is that there is no disconnection from God because that's the only way that you're animated is through God, right? Like basically, anytime you see somebody disconnected, they're not breathing anymore.
Right,
There's
right.
no in between. So you know that's dogma in itself to get you to move a certain way. But another issue that you're gonna have is when they talk about those practices that supposedly disconnected them from God, those are the exact same practices that they use. They use the exact same practices. They have an ancestral realm called Abraham Bosom. They have a they practice divination using the Urim and the Thummim. They practice uh, uh, different forms, even as far as magic. Like I said, they had the law of adultery, right? They didn't go and ask God if their wife cheated. They poured her a drink with poison, and if she drank the poison and died, then she cheated. If she drank the poison and lived, then she was not guilty. So they did
And
things the same
that's
way that any other culture would do it. Exactly.
wow. So, and that's in the Torah. That's in the New Testament or the
That's
Torah, right?
yeah. That's in the Torah. That's right. That's a
So here,
law.
mm,
Hmm.
so here's a question, like, right? So so it said that this book of Enoch, these watchers, these angels, they gave us they gave us painting of the eyelids. They gave us smelting of iron, smelting of metal. They gave us so we didn't like figure out how to do this on our own. Somehow these outside beings came onto earth and taught us how to do these things. And these things were things that were really from the heavens, right?
Right.
That God taught the angels, and the angels came down and taught us how to do these things. And this was an abomination, apparently, or whatever. So wrong or whatever.
Well, what
So
you'll see is that they talking about us. We're the ones who taught that. These is all in reference to us, right? And what I mean by that, and this is what I was talking about earlier, when it's like anthropomorphic, right? Some of the poetry in it is that when they're referencing these different beings, the Nephilim and different things like that, you got to remember this Bible is talking to a small group of people in the world, right? It's not talking to everybody, and it's not talking about everybody. It's talking about a particular group in the world. So that's just like when we get into the garden story, right? People will look at the serpent and think that the serpent is just a snake in the garden talking. But when you look at it, the serpent actually it represents something totally different, right? Even the trees represented different nations, right? The trees represented different people in different nations. The snake represented people, a person, you know what I mean? A type of people. Uh, so when you deal with the watchers, they're talking about Africans, right? And part of the reason why they even mention that in the first place is because, yeah, is because a lot of the times, uh, hold on, a lot of the times, what happens, okay, right here, is that like in our culture, the serpent is something that's held at a high regard, right? We 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 uphold the serpent in a high place in our culture, but to them, it's a reason why. Remember, there's no and I'm gonna say this because you gotta remember, there's no dragons and serpents in the Bible, right? All of that's new. I mean, no dragons. The term is serpents, right? And in reference to snakes. Anytime people defeated a people, they attributed to their God defeating your God, right? Us being as people worshiping the snake, when they talking about this great serpent and this great snake and all of that being conquered and being bound, this is a discussion about the basically the defeat of African people, right? Or Aboriginal culture in itself. This is like, so to us, we just looking at it, and some of us even celebrate it, right? Like, oh yeah, God gonna step on that serpent, not knowing that this is actually talking about you. The serpent represents you and your culture, right? And so when they talking about these watchers, it's the same way. They're talking about the Africans who had all of this knowledge and practice. Because remember, this is picking up 6,000 BC, only 10,000 years ago, right? It's like 6,000 BCE. This is picking up. The world has been going on. So much has been happening. So to them, these is giants. The way that they describe it is that these is giants. These is people that practice magic and all kind of other shit. You know what I mean? And this is, but we gotta remember, these are people who are just coming out of being naked. You know what I mean? Not even properly, bathing themselves in different things.
So Gary Morris says our culture. What you referring to, Blue? What culture?
If you look at it globally, Aboriginal, and I'll just say Aboriginal culture. I won't even mention just African or anybody in general. If you look globally, Aboriginal culture, the serpent is something that's always held at a high regard. Whether you in Asia, whether you in Africa, whether you in the Americas, right? That's just something about Aboriginal culture. One thing about the Abrahamics is that the Abrahamic culture is big on destroying that serpent, right, or destroying the snake, and you see the connection throughout each region that you go to, because everywhere that they go, the snake does get destroyed. People stop worshiping the snake and they start celebrating the death of the snake. And whether that's here, and they do that through whether it's Christianity or it's even or Islam or other other forms, but they all represent still the the uh the downfall of the global Aboriginal culture, and how we practice things and how we live.
So Becca Boo says, I heard somewhere many years ago that those with negative blood type have the blood of the fallen angels. Does anyone know if that is true?
Yeah, remember those fallen. So when we talk about the fallen angels, once again, that's still in reference to us, right? Because once again, we would be outside of the people in the Bible.
Would you say that we didn't come from here? Did we come from outer space onto the earth, or were
Um,
we on
I
the earth?
believe that.
Okay.
I believe that, and if and what's even crazier, right? If you look at so the dot where the where the Israelites get their doctrine from, right? It actually comes out of like this out of like a white supremacist doctrine, based out of like Britain, right? Where they have a 12 tribes chart. They got like all of that, right? And they've been doing this shit. And one of the things that they talk about is that we invaded this planet on coming on like some type of spaceship called Satan, right? And this is how they look at it. And so we view ourselves as the Israelites. They view us as actually coming from Satan, from outside, and being not foreign to this planet. Um, what I would One of the reasons why I would say that we are not foreign to this planet. Number one, I think when you look at all of our different traditional stories, they all kind of give the same uh, scenario: is that they all have us coming here from somewhere else, from a different star system. Uh, I think that's something that's consistent: is that we come from a different star system, whether it's here, whether you in South Africa, whether you in West Africa, whether you in Australia, they always refer to a different star system that they actually come from.
Yeah,
And
like I would say in the Congo, they have like they say this the Sirius star system.
right,
I think that Egyptians pointed to Orion's belt, right?
right.
And you have like yeah, they all like had like a different star system that they like said they came from. Yeah.
So and see, so to me, right, and to me, the way that I look at or understand biology, the body operates more as a spacesuit than it does as something that we are, right? And because if you notice in all spiritualities, one thing that that's a major principle is understanding that you are more than your body, right? That you are a spirit that uses a body the same way. So only difference that I would say is that you're a mind that uses a brain. You are not your brain, right? So normal, so when we talk about mainstream science, the mainstream science would tell you that no, uh, mainstream science would basically be like, no, um, you aren't more. You are just a brain. Once the brain goes and the body goes, you go, right? But like I said, the way that we understand it is that no, you're a mind that connects to a brain. And what I mean by that is the same way when you walk into your house and your phone connects to your Wi-Fi, it's the same way that a mind would connect to the brain, right? as opposed to, you know, you being it. So we use it. And what do I mean by that? The brain acts as a filter, right? Remember, the brain acts as a filter for information. So your eyes take in light. Light is only information. The brain is taking that in, and inside of or once it comes in through the eyes, the brain takes that, filters through the information, and then makes an estimation of what is outside of the head, right? So the body operates no different than car sensors almost, right? A car sensor letting you know that, hey, there's something up behind you. Beep, beep, beep. You know, you're getting ready to hit the wall. You know what I mean? Or all of these different things. If you hit something, airbag comes out. All kind of different things. It's almost similar to that, like the way that the nervous system kind of operates. And so when you look at how the body is created, most of the things that and people will say though, well, no, it's not a creation. It is a creation, right? Because number one, let's start here. DNA is a blueprint, right? DNA is a blueprint. Nothing but salts and sugars. Somehow salts and sugars just came together and made a whole blueprint to tell RNA well, no, RNA takes the message from DNA, right? It translates it into a language that the proteins can understand, and then RNA tells the proteins what they're going to be. So it'll tell this protein this is going to be your left eye. This is going to be your right eye. This is going to be your left lung, right arm. All of this is done perfectly, right? Based off of the blueprint that was given by DNA, right? So so to me, I can see the programming that happens, and then I can also see the evolution in the programming that happens, right? No difference. But
So one thing
mhm.
I did show, and I'm gonna show this video real quick because getting back to this Book of Enoch, right? Because for some reason they want to make it seem like that these angels made these people, made this, brought this about, blah 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 blah. But as you showed, the geese looks like a Turkish guy. The no, not the geese. The what's the other one? The other one like a
Yeah,
Turkish
the
guy.
Garima Gospels. Yeah, those are the people who wrote the Gies. But yeah, go ahead.
So they look like Turkish, like a Turkish person or like a Middle Eastern kind of looking person
Right,
on the actual book. But when you actually see when they talk about uh these gospels and this that the other, they're not using Turkish looking people. They're using
right.
African looking people. So let me just show that.
This is why the Ethiopian Bible got banned. Why do we all have a 66 book Bible, as opposed to others such as the Ethiopian Bible? The Bible is a history book, but is unlike any other history book available in any public library. The history of the Bible starts with the creation of the earth and ends with the end of the world. No other history book has ever been published that covers such a broad range of events on planet Earth, partially because no one was present at the start to witness and document it, and therefore no one can write the beginning of our world authoritatively. Part 1. The History of the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible has intrigued many because of its unique content and rich history. Unlike other biblical canons, the Ethiopian Bible contains 88 books. This includes the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, and various other texts. This version of the Bible includes ancient scrolls from both the Old and New Testaments, some of which have never been seen elsewhere. One fascinating aspect is that Ethiopia has been a Christian nation since the 4th century, long before Christianity spread to many other parts of the world. Historical records show that Ethiopia welcomed Christian refugees fleeing persecution from other kingdoms and empires. This historical embrace of Christianity demonstrates the deep roots of the faith in Ethiopian culture. In the 5th century, the Bible was translated into Ge'ez, the ancient liturgical language of Ethiopia. This was a significant milestone, as it made the scriptures accessible to the Ethiopian people in their own language. This allowed the faithful to directly engage with the Word of God, encouraging a deep-rooted and vibrant Christian culture.
okay, so
Yeah, we
what
got to
they're
start off from the bat. The Bible is not a history book. Let's do that. But go ahead.
Right. So what they're saying is that the Bible was already there, but it was just getting translated into Ge'er so that the Ethiopians could understand it. That's what he's saying.
Right. What language do you think it was? I was gonna actually touch on that. What language do you think it was being translated from?
I don't know.
A
What language?
language.
E-
This is
Uh,
the
uh,
Greco-Roman.
uh, okay.
So what I'm gonna show you, right? So when you go into King Azana, right? You have somebody named. Matter of fact, let me see if I could send this to you. Right, Greek comes
Because
out of the
what it
Greek.
seems like they're doing is they're saying it's the oldest Bible,
Mhm.
and then it was translated. So it means how is that the oldest Bible? Like which if it was translated, it means there was another
No,
source.
no, it's not the oldest Bible. It's the oldest completed Bible.
Oh, okay, okay.
They mix that up a lot, and people will come out and say that, oh, it's the oldest. No, it's not the oldest Bible. It's the oldest complete copy. So there's not a completed book
Which
older
is why
than that.
it has 88 books because it has
Right,
all the
right.
books. Okay.
But
And then,
but
did he
what?
say that for our Christians in the panel? Like me, listen, I might not practice Christianity. I was a Christian when I was younger, but this is important to like know the history of these things. You know what I'm saying? This is not like trying to put down anything, but this is history. Like let's talk about the history of things so we understand where they come
Right,
from, what the sources are. Because when we watch this the Book of Enoch and blah 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 blah, and we're just watching it online, and we don't think about the history or know the history of it. We just believe whatever is being told to us. And so we're sitting up here believing this and we don't even know what origin. So we're thinking, oh, the Bible come from Ethiopia. Well, no, it was translated into Ethiopian and that was the full copy. So shouts out to that. Thank you, Blue, for clearing that.
hey, what's your? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's your email?
It's monica.lockett at gmail. I'll put it
Okay,
down.
okay, I got it. Now you good. All right, I'm sending this to you real quick. It might show up as in your drive instead, like a Google Drive.
Okay.
But
And
what I
while we're you want to talk or because I could play some more of this bullshit or you want to just talk about
well, first, yeah, let me actually, I want to start out with, okay, so one of the things that they were saying, like that it was already there. What happens is that, so remember, you get the canon in 325, right? The Bible is canonized in 325, right? That's at the Council of Nicaea. Now, by 340, let me make sure I got that right. 340 by 340 AD, they send Saint Prometheus and them in to Ethiopia. Now, Saint Prometheus, let me see. Now, he was ethnically a Syro-Phoenician Greek born in Tyre. Now, they claim he was captured as a boy, right? And then he became a slave to the king of Axum, who freed him shortly before his death. And they were invited to educate his son. Now, the son of the king became King Azana. King Azana is who actually enforces Christianity at that point, right? So now when he does that, King Azana now enforces it. I think 340, yeah, at in 340 AD to 356. That's when you get King Azana, and so what you will see, number one, when the reason why that connection is so smooth over. Oh, okay, there you go. You right. You already there. All right. So as you can see, right, you see that canon law, right? Canon law is a set of ordinances, regulations made by the ecclesiastical authority or the church leadership for the government of the Christian organization or church and its members, right? It says that the government it governing the Catholic Church, both the Latin and Eastern Catholic churches, the Eastern Orthodox, the Oriental Orthodox, and the individual national churches within the Anglican communion. So you could go ahead and hit the next one. Oh no, yeah, keep going. No, you're right. So it says the way that such church law is legislated, interpreted, and at times adjudicated varies widely among these three bodies, the churches. In all three traditions, a canon was originally a rule of adopted church council. These canons formed the foundation of what they call canon law. So canon law is what they decide what goes in the Bible and what's allowed in it and what's not allowed in it, right? Or what they decide that is actual. So that's all that canon means, is that it's agreed that this should be a part of the Bible. So you can go to the next one. Let me see what that one is. All right, boom. Go back up to the one more. Now, boom. Now you just noticed what canon was, right? Remember what canon said. The Eastern, it said the Oriental Orthodoxy, the Eastern Orthodoxy, and I believe also the Roman Orthodoxy. Now watch what happens right here. It says that the Oriental Orthodoxy communion is composed of six autophylaceous cephalus churches: the Coptic Orthodox Church of Alexandria, the Syriac Orthodox Church of Antioch, and the Armenian Apostolic Church, the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawedo Church, and the Eritrean Orthodox Tawedo Church, and the Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church. So they're still under Oriental Orthodoxy, which means that they're still under the Pope. So they're still under the same organization, and they're saying that this is separate from like the Roman Catholic Church, and it's not. It's not. Whatever they say is canonized, they must agree on that. They fall in the same category. You go ahead to the next one though.
Right. And this also is an open panel. So anyone that wants to make a comment or a statement or whatever, please feel free to come up and speak. But the main thing, I want Blue to really get his thing off, but yeah.
Right. So it says, who are the sources of this canon law? Right. The church, and endowed by its founder with legislative power, makes laws in conformity and conformity, whatever, with natural and divine law. The sources of the authors of this positive ecclesiastical law are essentially the episcopate and its head, the Pope, the successor of the Apostolic College. So not only this, mind you, and the successor of the Apostolic College. Not only, okay, hold on, this lecture just hit me back. I was about to say, okay, so yeah, not only the Orthodoxy Catholic Church, but mind you, this is also was canon for Christians, regular Christians, because remember, regular Christians act like they can't stay in the Catholic Church. Well, they canonize all that. What they say is law, even for you, even for you. So it's canonized by everybody. If you any Bible that you see people holding, it has to go through this, right? It's still sanctioned by the Pope.
So even Methodist, even Protestant, even though they were protesting against the Catholic
right.
Church, they're still canonized by the Catholic Church.
The Catholic Church, right? Their Bible, they don't have a different Bible that goes outside of what the Catholic Church has said is canon law.
So does the Catholic Church read the King James Bible, or do they have their own Bible?
I think they, let me see, do they read I think they read the old King James, if I'm mistaken, like the 1913 or something like that. They got like a original, because I think they got a lot of the books too, that like the Maccabees books and stuff like that in there. So they got some stuff that people would say ain't normal in the Catholic book still.
All right, so I want to play a little bit more of this, because I want you to break it down. I want you to break this stuff apart, because a lot of people probably will run across this Book of Enoch stuff and be believing it, stuff all over TikTok and this, that, the other, but they don't even understand that this is not even a book from Ethiopia. It was a collection of books, and it was just only like the only complete one, but it did not originate in Ethiopia. It came from somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, go ahead. You could play it.
This was a significant milestone, as it made the scriptures accessible to the Ethiopian people in their own language. This allowed the faithful to directly engage with the Word of God, encouraging a deep-rooted and vibrant Christian culture. Why was the Ethiopian Bible banned? The formation of the Bible as we know it today was a complex process involving many decisions about which texts to include. Early church leaders met at councils, such as the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD and the First Council of Constantinople in 381 AD, to determine the official Bible. They decided that a book was scripture if it was written by one of Jesus' followers, or someone who saw him teach, and if it made sense in the context of the rest of the Bible. This process led to the exclusion of many texts, including those found in the Ethiopian Bible. All scripture is God-breathed, given by divine inspiration, and is profitable for instruction, for conviction of sin, for correction of error and restoration to obedience, for training in righteousness, learning to live in conformity to God's will, both publicly and privately, behaving honorably with personal integrity and moral courage, so that the man of God may be complete and proficient, outfitted and thoroughly equipped for every good work. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verses 16 through 17. In the early 1600s, during the reign of King James I, there was a significant revision of the Bible. The king commissioned a new translation in order to settle religious differences and strengthen his authority. This translation, known as the King James Bible, became one of the most widely accessible versions due to advancements in printing. It's worth noting that the King James Bible, like earlier versions such as the Vulgate, excluded some books that were included in the Ethiopian Bible. One reason for the Ethiopian Bible's obscurity is its language. It is written in Ge'ez, an ancient Ethiopian language, making it inaccessible to non-speakers. The lack of translations has further limited its reach. Additionally, the unique practices and traditions of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church have contributed to its relative isolation from other Christian denominations. Content of the Ethiopian Bible. Books of Enoch. The books of Enoch, especially 1st Enoch, are considered canonical in the Ethiopian Bible. Contains extensive narratives about angels, demons, and the origins of sin. For instance, 1st Enoch provides a detailed account of the fall of the angels and their interaction with humanity. The Book of Enoch is one of several pseudepigraphal, falsely ascribed works, books whose claimed authorship is unsubstantiated, publications that claim to be written by Enoch. In verses 14 and 15, the biblical book of Jude includes a quotation from the Book of Enoch. This prophecy originates from the book of 1st Enoch. The fact that he is quoting authoritatively from a work that is not considered to be part of the canon brings up some apparent issues. Jude verses 14 through 15. It was about these people that Enoch, in the 7th generation from Adam, prophesied when he said, "Look, the Lord came with myriads of his holy ones to execute judgment upon all, and to convict all the ungodly of all the ungodly deeds they have done in an ungodly way, and of all the harsh and cruel things ungodly sinners have spoken against him." This does not, however, prove that the Book of Enoch is divinely inspired, or that it should be included in the canon of sacred writings known as the Bible.
All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yep. So yeah,
I knew to cut it off right there. Okay, so let's get into it. So you
yeah.
have this book, and then they're saying that it was not. It's not.
Hit the button. Go ahead. My fault. I was in my background.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm like, they're saying that it's not founded or whatever, but then it's in other parts of the Bible. Like it's referenced. So is this maybe something that we're reading then and referencing it, or like what exactly is going on here?
Well, to me, when you look at their reasoning behind why it wouldn't be canonical, it doesn't even make sense because they basically saying that they can't validate the authors but I don't know a biblical text where you can validate the authors. So I think in that instance, I think that in itself is a little bit of a disadvantage. Or really, it's a little bit of intellectual dishonesty. So I would, like I said, I would have to say it was canon because wherever who they got it from, it came directly from a time. It was like right they created what they had. So I think what happens though with it is that and why they don't. I think the belief of it, like they kind of they try to have like some sort of logic when they talk about the Bible, and it's hard to be logical. And with the Book of Enoch, so I think that's their issue with it, and why they might rather have it removed.
Entire book that describes them in great detail.
Um,
This book is known as the Book of Giants. And in this video, I'll explain the Book of Giants, and I'll also explain the Nephilim giants more deeply than we previously were taught. The Book of Giants
did my audio cut out? My fault.
among the Dead Sea Scrolls in the mid-20th century. The
Yeah,
story
it
in the
cut
Book of
out. It
Giants
did cut
all
out.
starts when 200 angels, known as the Watchers, came to Earth tasked by God to watch over humans. And then they lusted over human women, and the offsprings of this union were these giants. The Book of Genesis also briefly tells this story.
The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown.
We will come back to this
Oh,
particular
we
verse
just can't hear
because
each other
it is very
sometimes.
important since it mentions that not all of the giants were wiped out. Stay until the end because I'm going to tell two mind-blowing stories about these beings existing in modern times. The Book of Giants goes on to tell us a bit more revealing details, however. The book mentions how the fallen angels known as the Watchers and the Nephilim giants, which were the Watchers' offspring, taught humanity all kinds of sinful things, heavenly secrets, and forbidden knowledge. Some of the things they taught humanity was how to craft weapons, astrology, sorcery, and a bunch of other sinful things. The Nephilim giants, the abominations, and the corruption on the earth is the reason why God had to send the Great Flood. This is because Noah was one of the only pure-blooded humans left. So God sending the flood is completely justified. Now let's go back to Genesis 6, verse 4. This verse in the Bible explains how not all of the Nephilim giants were wiped out. It said the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward. This means that the Nephilim giants existed during the days of Noah and also after the days of Noah. So can this mean they also exist in current times? Well, I have two very intriguing stories for you and perhaps even evidence that giants still exist on earth till this day.
So we're not gonna get into that because that's a story from YouTube, but I think it's been debunked. But anyways, let's get into that. So now,
Right.
bottom line is that what he said, they taught him this and that and a bunch of other stuff, which I think is like, what the
Right.
hell video are you
Because
saying?
remember, and you got to remember though, they only supposed to be learning what God teach them. And instead, that's why when you get into the Garden of Eden, remember those trees represented two different things: what God was teaching you and what the other nations was teaching you. And so,
Because I'm like, to me, I'm like, it's like, how in the world? So God exists, but then God lets these angels teach its creation things it doesn't want them to know. Like, to me, it doesn't make any sense.
right,
How, they're a God, and then the God's gonna let the angels come down and do what the heck they want to do. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna let them have sex with people, make giants, do all this wild stuff, and God just sitting there like, okay, have at it. You know what I'm saying? What? What are
right.
we talking
Because you would have to think, what would an angel even need with organs like that? Like
right?
what would it? You know what I mean? Yeah,
The
because
angels
I mean,
they ain't coming down to earth getting it in with the humans.
and that would because the whole point of even having those organs is for the opposite. So there's no opposites, and of course, from what the story is making it seem like there ain't nobody for the angels to make with. So they have to come down. So
Wow,
now you got to ask yourself, why would they have been created with that in the first place? That ain't talk. That was just talking about human beings, just different humans.
wow. You know what? That's a good point. Because yeah, why would God have these angels? They always show the angels in the sky with the wings and this, that, the other. So angels came down, did it with the humans, made giants because what they things. Because I mean, if you don't have a belly button and you don't, you know what I'm saying, you have to be born or something, right? So yeah, it sounds like they had to have been on earth at one point. So is that what the book of Enoch is saying, that they came down on earth, became human and made it and created giants? Or are we saying that these were really
Nah, these just humans outside of these people's nationality, because this is a political national book and about a birth of a nation. So this is how this nation is being born. And so this nation is literally being raised amongst other nations who have already been established for thousands of years. So now you have a new nation. They are coming up. People around them already know, and that they supposed to be strictly listening. And mind you, even the deity in itself is political. This isn't a real deity. This is how they explain away the foul shit that they do to the people around them. Because remember, when you go into the story, all they do is do foul shit to people around them. They go in, they conquer the land of Canaan. You know what I mean? They take that land. There was already people there. They um the first interaction with these people, Abraham's first interaction, he comes in and he lying to the Pharaoh. You know what I mean? Not only lying to him, but cause disease and death in the land over his lie. The same. Then what happens? His son does the same exact thing. Goes in and lies again about who his wife is. And notice every time it's like they're questioning the moral system of the people around them and not their own moral system. And when you look at it, even after, look at when he lied to the Pharaoh, he said that the Pharaoh would kill him if he knew that was his wife. But the Pharaoh ain't want nothing to do with that. He like, bro, why you ain't just say that was your wife, bro? That didn't even make sense. Why would you lie and say that's your sister? So all it is in the God is to explain away why they are doing the foul shit that they're doing and why it is okay for them to do it. Because they're just foul throughout the whole book.
So let's get into it. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this some more of this book, because I believe this book really is going to show crazy about this whole thing.
The second story is even more frightening and even more credible because it was government officials that encountered what they called the Kandahar giant. In this story, U.S. soldiers lost a few of their men in the Kandahar region of Afghanistan. The soldiers went up this mountain and seen torn patches of American gear, radios, and even bones that they weren't sure was human or animals. The mountain led up to this cave, and as the story goes, a 15-foot tall giant with a giant spear came out of the cave and pierced one of the soldiers with it. After this happened, the 15-foot tall giant went to retrieve the spear, and the men couldn't believe what they were seeing. The giant looked like a man, but was covered in red hair. The soldiers snapped out of it and opened fire on the being taking it out ultimately. They said the giant had 6 toes and 6 fingers, and their superiors told them to never speak of this incident before their superiors flew the being away and then covered up the story by blaming the soldiers, passing on something else. Here's the video of one of the soldiers who were there explaining the whole encounter. He goes by Mr. K to protect his identity.
Off the bridge. So we're coming down a mountainside, and it was nice.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, Lakeisha. So
Hey, GJ. Hey, Blue.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
I'm just showing, like, okay, this guy's talking about how the giants exist today, and this is and what he saw, and so they're trying to prove that giants existed then and they exist now. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we can
Right.
book of giants. You know, so
Yeah.
it's stuff like this that's going on. You know what I'm saying? That we,
I do believe that's real, and I do believe they're still here, and I do believe, I'm liking how Blue actually is breaking stuff down, and you know how I feel about the name Enoch already, Genesis. So you know how close this is hitting me.
right, right. You have a lot of like sound in the background.
I'm sorry, I'm in the nail salon. I'm finna mute up.
Okay, all right. So, what do you think about that giant video? Do you think that that's something they're trying to make people believe that this exists? And it has red hair and it's that the other because the angels that came down had to be redheaded. I mean, to me, I'm like, okay, like what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? Or was this being already in the center of the earth and it just came out? You know what I'm saying?
No, you got to think about it. When the angels were in heaven, the angels didn't have no functions or no reason to procreate up there, right? But when they came down here, when they got kicked out, I'm sure
Sorry,
their
can you
form.
answer it again?
I'm sorry, Blue. Lakeisha was explaining her interpretation of it, and then when she get done, I want you to break down what your knowledge of it is. Go ahead, Lakeisha. The
Yeah,
angels
I
didn't have
feel.
bodily parts, and they were in heaven. They came down
Yeah.
here and got bodily parts, or the functions began to work again, and then they
No,
started
I feel like whatever, because we don't know actually what when God, the Bible just says that they was kicked out. It didn't tell us what form they took. So we don't know if they took different forms, each individual one, or if they all look the same, whatever, however it happened, they were able to procreate with the women. We know that part. So we don't know how they actually looked. But you gotta think, if they were angels, I'm sure it wasn't gonna be nothing small in stature. It had to be mighty in stature, you know? So I believe that's what
how
happened
would
when
they
they
have sex
got
with a
kicked
regular
out.
human being though? That's weird. Like I don't know.
It's
So
not weird. It's not weird because, for one, the angels are lower than human beings. God created the angels to be a little lower than us, which means that, like, we're right out of their grasp. Like, we're almost like them, but right out of their grasp. We're just different. So that wouldn't be weird to procreate with something that you saw with your own eyes, God create, which you probably wanted in some form or fashion to be able to have what he was about to bless them with. Your function is totally different, and especially the ones that Lucifer uh, um, persuaded and finessed out of their, to get them to forfeit their rights in heaven and actually be heavenly beings serving God. So I don't think it's weird at all.
right.
What about Beauty and the Beast? You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? What about all these fairy tales that we were taught? And was it weird for us to be like, oh my gosh, she fell in love with a beast? As kids, we're like, oh my God, that's so cute, it's so beautiful, and he's mean, but then he turns into the beautiful, prince at the end because she changed his heart and all that. I don't think it's weird. I think sometimes you gotta think outside of the box and
That's
look at it from
bestiality.
those type of
That's weird.
perspectives.
No, that is weird. That's bestiality. I'm sorry. That's bestiality.
Genesis, it is bestiality, but I'm telling you, don't look at that. I'm saying the scenario itself. The scenario, Genesis. Don't look at the characters. The
Right.
scenario, as far as, something other than human beings interacting and being intimate with something that's a human. That's what I'm saying.
So,
Don't lose it
do
in
you?
translation.
Okay.
So you feel like you connected to this story? Like this story is about you?
What story? The book in the Bible?
The
The
Book of
books,
Enoch.
the
Yes,
No, I my
yes. Them
someone that I
falling.
dated, someone that I dated for half my life, name is Enoch, and we manifest money together, we manifest good lives together, and we've raised children together. So that's why Genesis knows what I'm talking about. Blue, if you haven't listened to my interview that Genesis did with me the other day, I convey you to go back and listen to it, and then you'll understand the connection with what I'm talking about as far as the name Enoch, not
Okay.
the book of
Book of
Enoch.
Enoch is one thing, but the Book
What?
of Enoch is a whole nother
I'm
thing.
saying, I
Yeah.
said not the. I just said at the end. Neither one of y'all heard it because y'all both came in at the end at the
Right.
same time. I said not the book of Enoch. I'm saying the
Yeah.
name Enoch.
No, I heard you.
Okay.
No,
And the
so no.
character in the book in the Bible, Enoch. I have never yet to read the book of Enoch.
So no,
Okay.
outside of the just the book of Enoch, the story in itself about these fallen angels and the man and how we got here. You feel like that story is connected to you?
Not me per se. I feel like different parts in the Bible, different characters, we can always have those experiences at different times in our lives. As far as
Well, no, we're talking specifically the Book of Enoch, not the Bible.
I
But
don't feel like, no, I've been mated with a giant or nothing like that, but I do also feel like there are giants and other things on this earth that we don't know about or that are beyond our perception. Yes, I do
I
believe that.
don't believe that they came down here because angels mated with humans. I'm sorry. There's what. Let me tell you. Let me just give you an example. If a Rottweiler gets it in with a Chihuahua, okay, that baby is gonna kill that Chihuahua. That just even trying to
No,
carry
it's
that.
not, Genesis. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it is not. No, it is not, Genesis. A baby is a baby. It's not going to come out full grown, Genesis.
No, 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 no,
That's
no, no. No, listen,
no. I
listen.
understand what you're saying, but there are larger animals that do mate with smaller animals and vice versa, and it's not killing anything. Now,
No,
if you
because
get to
the
a
puppies
grotesque,
of the animal. No, no, no. The puppies of a larger dog mating with a smaller dog are going to be way larger, and that womb is not going to be able to carry that. So if you have an angel or some kind of a sentient being coming down, merging in with a human being, and then somehow it's a giant, like no, it had to be very huge in the stomach. So to me, that automatically just this so how did they give birth to these so-called giants? They had to have to cut them out of the stomach or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because or do
I
see
I don't know. I don't know about all of that. I can't give you the answers. Only God can, because if God allowed it and it happened and it's written in the Word, then somehow those kids had to become manifest out of the womb in order to, to live their lives, right?
That
So it had to have
that's what I
happened.
was asking you. When I was at that's why I was saying the Bible in general, you resonate with the story. Like you said,
Yes,
if
I
God,
definitely do.
that's you
Well,
believe
why are
that
you
that's
even
the
asking
God.
me that when you know that we've already been down this road? You know that I am a believer of the Bible. I'm a believer of Jesus Christ. I'm a believer of God and the Holy Spirit. So of course, so from here
I'm not
on
sure.
out,
I mean,
we've
I
talked
might have
before.
had a. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we've talked a couple of times. Yeah, we've spoken
Oh,
a
okay.
couple of times. So from here on out, you know that Leticia, that you when you speak to me, and I'm not being condescending or anything, you just know when you speak to me, yes, I believe the Bible, and yes, I believe Jesus Christ and God and the Holy Spirit. So there's no misunderstanding about any of that going forward.
Okay, so this conversation is about the Book of Enoch. Do you have okay? Because I think you have YouTube open still,
Well,
Lakeisha.
I mean, you can, but you really can't separate the two because in order for you to, you gotta have some sort of that foundation in order for you to believe in the book. Ain't nobody just randomly believing the book of Enoch. You believe in the Bible, and you believe that the book of Enoch is a part of the
Right.
or you
Hold on,
don't.
Lakeisha. You have YouTube open or something open is echoing.
No, it might. I don't have YouTube open. It's probably my earphones. I'm gonna go back in here and mute up. I'm listening to you guys. I'm at the nail salon, but I just wanted to, have that dialogue right quick because you was asking me and Blue something, and I wanted to explain it on my end.
Okay, it stopped echoing. So I think okay. All right, go ahead, Blue. Thank you, Afro Asiatic. So what did you want to say? I'm sorry. Then we get into what Blue breakdown.
Peace to you, sister. Peace to Blue and the
What's
other
good? What you
sister.
got?
What's up, Blue? You I think that Europeans, they have interpreted ancient scriptures, long enough, and they have added a lot of mischief to our understanding. One would be Zechariah Sitchin on the issue of these giants, Nephilim, and Anunnaki. Zachariah Sitchin is really the foundation of all of this talk of these people or beings coming from outer space. It really all boils down to Zachariah Sitchin. Once we trace the line to Zachariah Sitchin's, then we can see where everyone else is erring. Because everyone else that's talking about Nephilim and Anunnaki coming from outer space is basing it on Zachariah Sitchin or someone who took Zachariah Sitchin's words and ran with them. And that's most people. That's why we hear Nephilim being associated and Anunnaki being associated with outer space. But in reality, it's talking about African tribes. Sheikh Anti Diop went into it in his book, Civilizational Barbarism. And he talked about Anuak, uh, very dark skinned, tall, Nilotic looking East African tribes, that they were a real example of a Anunnaki or what we call Anunnaki, but the tribe is called Anuak uh, in East Africa. He said,
Exactly.
yeah, yep. So, I just wanted to add that element to the conversation, sis, and
That really these angels that they're speaking of are really human beings that they like switched into like some kind of angel that was coming down. That it really wasn't an angel coming down. And it's certain tribes that are giants or larger, bigger people. Like when you go into Senegal and things like that, they're taller and this, that, the other. Now I don't know about the story about the redhead giant that came out the ground. I don't know what that is. You know what I'm saying? But we do have tribes that are larger people, taller, that are in Africa, and there might be some validation to that maybe this is what the real story was.
Right.
interesting. Go ahead, Blue.
Oh no, no, go ahead. You got it. You got the flow.
Oh no, I just wanted to add on that piece right there. And once we do away with Zachariah Sitchin, or we get to the place in our studies where we say, oh, Zachariah Sitchin came up with all of this stuff dealing with these out of space things. Once we can, you know, flush that out, then we can come, okay, when we're talking about people coming down and going up, are we talking about people physically going up in the sky, or are we talking about people coming from high civilization and falling to low civilization, or what we call no civilization? So I'm of the opinion that it's really talking about coming from a level, black people coming from a level of high civilization, Europeans coming into the picture about 6,000 years ago, and then a fall of our people. That's the way I see it. Especially when we flush out Zachariah Sitchin. It has nothing to do with outer space. It's talking about levels of civilization. In my humble opinion.
I definitely agree with that. Um, I think yeah, I definitely think that that's part of the issue that from us, and how we kind of view it is that we kind of forced to kind of look at it from like a standpoint of like through the myth all of the time, and not understanding how the myths are used to describe certain attributions of people, right? That's just like when what you mentioned with the leopard. That leopard also though is something that was biblically is something that's attributed to um, the Greco the excuse me, the Grecian period, right? That
You
leopard.
know what? The only thing I would say is that there's no leopards in Greece. You know what I'm saying? There's only leopards in Africa.
No,
So
that ain't about that. It's about Alexander conquering. But remember, that's what I'm saying. They understand how we look at symbology. So when they using that, that was another way. Remember, he's already conquering these different places. By the time you get into they're in Africa. Alexandria is they've renamed the Mecca of Kemet into Alexandria. So all of the stuff that you're looking at that's in there, they've already have adapted and adjusted. They sitting in the seats of the priest. They're sitting, you know what I mean? They sitting on the throne of the Pharaoh. Like these are the things that they're doing.
Well, I wanted to show this video real quick, just real quick. Now, please don't leave Afro Asiatic because I want you to get this. Tell me what you think about this because let's go into this. Hold on, real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Can y'all see the screen right there?
Our African ancestors, brothers and sisters, saw
Yeah.
lineal system. Keep in mind that all the kings had to come through the line of the woman. Is that right? What man can say he didn't come from a woman? Please step forward so we can understand where you came from. So our ancestors had no problems understanding that divine principle of that sacred womb where we all came from. That was the basis and foundation of the goddess principle and the matrilineal system in Africa. And our ancestors saw, in order for the king to rule the throne, like you have Ursa Ma'at here, the goddess Shashat. Here you see her in the tree of divine wisdom, giving the fruit of divine knowledge and wisdom in order for him to rule the throne. It had nothing to do with no tree of good and evil. The patriarchs who came from the north, the Hyksos and others, who had a misogynistic nature, a hatred towards the woman, could not conceive of a woman nor a goddess giving a man anything. And that story was corrupted. The tree of divine wisdom and divine life was corrupted into the tree of what? Because here we have that they created and their biblical stories and the opening of the pages in Genesis that there was Adam and Eve, is that right? And they were not to eat of the tree of what? Knowledge of what? Good and evil. Now, who was seduced by the serpent and ate from the tree? That's why, sisters, you got to watch and hear that sound. But anyway, here we see that she was seduced to eat the fruit, and then she seduced who? Adam. Now, we are told that that's the reason for the world's sins of this first woman eating of the tree of good and evil, and that that's also not only the reason for the world's sins, but her monthly cycle is to remind her of that sin. This is what's taught in the church. Okay? Now, when sisters start jacking that preacher up, who's been equally spiritually enslaved himself, to tell that story, and that we were born in sin, there was no story whatsoever in the Kemetic Nile Valley that we were born in sin. So a few years ago, back in 1988, boy, time is fast.
That's not biblical either.
Because yesterday, brother and sister showed me. They said, "Hey, brother, Quasi, you see, there was a black."
Okay, all right, let's get into that. It's not biblical. Let's go into that.
Yeah, it's not biblical that we are born into sin.
So where does it come from?
It's a verse in Psalms that's misinterpreted. Like it's just a lack of comprehension on a verse in the book of Psalms where David was referring to his parents both being in iniquity. But no, there's nothing that states that you are born in sin. And so this is the disconnect between the New Testament and the Old Testament. That statement that the reason why this happens to women and this and that, that's not even Torah. If you notice in the Old Testament, you don't hear anything about Adam and Eve again until you get all the way into the New Testament. The reason why is that story is not a real story. It's a story about, like I said, this is the book about a birth of a nation, right? But the story in itself, and when I give you an example of why I say a birth of a nation, this is why when you go into Isaiah, it says that can a man child be born in one day? Or no, it says, can a nation be born in one day? In referencing to the birth pains of Israel, right? Meaning that and then saying that she was going through these birth pains, and that now you could see her giving birth to a man child. That man child was Israel, right? So that's why it's a lot of mentions of birth pains, and as if there's a pregnancy going on, because there is a birth of a nation that's taking place. Now, when you get into the story of Adam and Eve in general, the point of it isn't about uh um um the woman tricking him or any of that. The point was that being naked, right, is a vulnerable state. Them being naked wasn't had nothing to do with them wearing clothes or at all, whether they had clothes on or clothes off. The point of them being naked, remember when they ate of that fruit, their eyes was open and now they became exposed, right? So when it talks about that exposure or that vulnerability, that's being naked. Now, when it talks about the death, because if you look at the story, if on face value, you would say that the serpent never lied, right? Because remember what he said. He said if you was to eat of the fruit, you would die. And they ate the fruit. They didn't die that day. Now, some people would go into it being an age or however they want to view a day, whatever. But when it references the death that is represent is a physical death. It's a spiritual death, right? Because being outside of the protection of God is death. So you got two things going on. They're making themselves vulnerable, which is naked, and then their disobedience put them outside of the protection of the Most High. Being outside of that protection was their death. So when it says, did they die? Yes, they did die instantly the moment that they ate it, because they lost all protection and covering that they had. So it's not, those aren't two actual physical people, but the point of it is that the nation that's being birthed has a choice to make, and the choice is to choose life or to choose death, right? And that's why he says in Deuteronomy, I give you gifts and blessings, right? I give you curses, I give you life and death. Choose life. So when you look at the Adam and Eve story, they did not choose life; they chose death. That's the only reason for that story. It's not a lineage story.
Have you guys ever heard of Dr. Ben Carson? Is he a doctor? Not Ben Carson. What's his name? Ben.
My check. Y'all can hear me?
It's a guy named, is his name Ben Carson or something like that. He says that the whole book of Genesis is really about um
Damn. Did y'all hear any of that?
yeah, we heard it all. Yes, we heard it
Oh,
all.
okay, cool. My fault. I couldn't hear.
What's his name? Ben something. I don't know whatever his name is,
I think
but
it is Ben Carson though.
Carson, or is Carson the one that's running for president or whatever? Is that Carson? Well, he said that there was an inlay in it was about uh like that Inley was like kind of the evil brother and Enke was like the good brother, and it was really about like human like that the other humans that they made were like drones, and then they didn't want to be like drones, and so they asked God to create more different humans. And did you hear about that story before?
Yeah, as far as the Anunnaki.
Billy Carson. I said Ben Carson. My
Yeah,
bad.
Billy Carson. Yeah, I've heard him tell that story.
So what do
Um,
you think about that story? Like,
excuse me.
what do you think about that version of the Adam and Eve story?
Um, yeah, I think yeah, that's not it. That's not it. Uh, I
Because
mean, we just gonna be real. They do that a
it
lot,
gets into creating humans, and
right?
basically it gets into science and all this other stuff. And there's like, and
Yeah,
even
he doing too much.
yeah, okay. Because I was just trying to see if you like if what you
Yeah,
thought about that.
yeah,
Uh,
dude's pseudo as hell.
Afro Asiatic, you have anything to say on this subject?
No, not much. I think Ben Carson is running with the Zachariah Sitchin thing. You know.
Yeah, definitely,
That's
definitely.
stitching rhetoric. Okay, all right. So
Hmm.
so let me let's finish watching the rest of this thing with Ashra Quasi.
Adam and Eve. Although they made a black Adam and Eve, that has nothing to do with our story. This is what we see the evolutionists and creationists fighting each other. And they know anthropological studies that black people were first, so they put a black Adam and Eve and gave Adam a Jerry curl and gave Eve a weave. You know, they had to be looking good for each other back then, you know. But it had nothing to do with our story, brothers and sisters. Even though they make it black to make you accept it, this is not still an African story. The African story is the goddess Shashat giving the fruit of divine life from the tree of divine life and wisdom in order for the king to rule the throne. And this goddess concept was corrupted throughout the whole African Nile Valley and even in our spiritual subconscious, even today, where we are told that the sisters are the ones, women are the ones for the world's sins. This is the demonization of women and the hatred of women. This is part of the sexism that you get in the theologians. Even in Paul, it says that women shouldn't even speak in the church. But I'm letting you know that that is not the African spiritual way, brothers and sisters. We had a god and a goddess. That's a spiritual Ma'atian law that our ancestors saw. Okay? So let's understand that there was no rib, by the way, in the African creation story taken from the man to make the woman. That didn't exist. They were created simultaneously. So we
You'll
don't
hold
have
it
them
right
little
here.
stories.
Now, this was key about this part, right? Is very interesting. Is that this is how you know that the biblical narrative, even though it uses the culture of these people, it's not, because if you notice that when you get to the original Yahweh has a wife.
That's right, Blue.
So
You know what I
okay,
mean?
let's go into
That's
the
beautiful, Blue.
Yahweh in the Torah or in okay, let's go into that. So there is a
Well,
feminine
you can even you can see it even in the Torah, and uh I'm glad Afro is here because he's actually somebody that's better, with the language. But even when you deal with the Yah and the Hua, there's a feminine and a masculine that's brought together in order for them to be one.
100% correct, brother.
And so this is why when you get into the book of what is it, Proverbs, it refers, remember what he just said, right? That she brought wisdom, right? The same thing when you get into Proverbs, she brought wisdom. It was the masculine energy and the feminine principle that created, right? That's why when it says let us create man, and people be like, oh, that was him and the angels. No, the us is a representation of the feminine principle and the masculine principle. Those two energies together are the only way that you can actually create. And if you get two masculine principles, they'll never create. Two negatives will never create. But a negative and a positive come together and they able to create, right? And so what you see is a development when you look at the development of El or of Yahweh throughout time. They when one point he has a wife, and then they as he develops, they take the wife away. And now you start to also see the feminine principle of in the biblical narrative removed, right? So
Suppress. Yep.
right, it's suppressed. So when you get to the written word, this is the issue with when I say the written word and not understanding that this has been in the point when we showed earlier, this has been in the hands of your enemies for forever. So even if at one point we want to say it was ours written, it ain't the one. What we got now ain't. And so they removed this feminine principle, and not only that, because remember at one point when you in the Old Testament you had Deborah. Remember Deborah was leading the whole army. She was in the highest place at one point in time in Israel. But yet when you get to the New Testament, a woman shouldn't be speaking in church and can't lead.
That's how we see the European exegesis and their interpretation. They suppress the feminine. But it's in stone in Kuntalit Adrud in the Sinai Peninsula. They have Yahweh and his Ashira. a lot of brothers that are of the Hebrew Israelite thought, they think that is something wrong with that, but that's the natural order of things. In my opinion, respectfully, that's ancient Near East culture. Our people, I think they understood that the woman was extremely close to the Creator, and I think they understood that in ancient Near East culture. When we have all of those different goddesses, Nin Saga, Nin Mames, we always see that Nin is nine. Is pointing to the power of the woman's womb. The Nin. We
Right.
have it in Nineveh too. Essentially pointing at the nine, but we have it with Ninsaga, Ninkigal, and Mames of the Amana letters. But it's all dealing with the number nine. Even Nana is dealing with the root of the number nine, which is a reference to the power of the woman's womb. Nobody gets here without the woman, in particular the black woman. Nobody comes without the black woman. Without the
Right.
woman, nobody.
And and even how we see it now, that and when it like it says, let us make them in our image, right? That we still in on this plane, because yeah, in that plane of before we are created, there's not a literal sex that's happening, but the principle of the masculine and the feminine, it happens. And the manifestation of that is how we create today. When we come together, a masculine and a feminine, able to create, that's the manifestation of that creation story. When it says, let us be made in their image, we are in the image, but that ain't talking about a physical, oh, you're black or God is black. No, that's in reference to how we create masculine and feminine energy come together and create things.
So what do you think about the Emerald Tablets of Thought and all that stuff like that? Do you guys think that that's a real document? Hello? Hello?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What you say?
So what do you think about the Emerald Tablets of Thought? Do you think that that's a real document?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar
Yeah,
with them, sister.
yeah. I think those are Dolph is Tahuti, right? Also,
Yeah, thought
Yes.
they.
that yeah, that's who brought the skill and all of that. Yeah, I think um I think it's definitely truth to the story. You talk about the bringing the skill of mathematics and all of the different principles that we use today in order to view the world, or even to be able to understand the outside world and to even
And,
understand
and, and,
self.
and according to the book of Enoch, let's get back into that. This is what this discussion is about. Enoch, the book of Enoch is saying that these things are wrong. Like that these angels brought this whole thing down and blah blah blah, and it's making
Right.
those demonized. But our whole society lives off of that knowledge.
Yeah, you
So
got to think though. The political story is telling. Remember, politically, they don't want the masses to have knowledge. That's a political thing, right? We don't want the masses to have knowledge. So a part of that story, that's just like even when you go to a part of the story of Adam and Eve, part of that too is not having that knowledge. You not being able to know certain things and keeping you almost in a dumbed down state. But who else would want you in a dumb state besides the people in control? So that's why remember when you around these times, only certain people is able can even read the Bible because of the language it's written in. So for so long, most people or somebody else is telling you it says. Not only that, people still live by that same tradition because people can hold the Bible, they still don't listen. I mean, they don't read it. They still are fixated on what they're being told it says. So the same thing has kind of applied. So a lot of some of the political aspects of it is the people that's in power and control trying to maintain control.
And if you actually look at the modern church today, you see the
This is
same
why
thing.
when
A
you
lot of
get into the Bible now, it starts to talk about God ruling in the hearts of men, right? And him being in whatever kingdom he rules in, and he gives the kingdom to whoever he gives it to. And this is a way of telling you that whoever is in authority, God put him in authority. You know what I'm saying? It's not by accident. Same thing when you get into the New Testament with Paul, when he starts talking about, you know, the person that's in authority or in power, they'll never use it against what you call it. They only use their power against wicked. So when you getting shot down and shit in the street, it's because you wicked, and that you've been disobeying the authority. Because remember, whoever is in authority, that is God on earth. Whoever he gives the kingdom to, that is God on earth. That's who you listen to. So we look at like why this is why we talk about us being so docile in a lot of the conditions that we are in, is because we kind of have this belief that that whoever that authority is actually God.
All right, so let's get more into this video with Ash Rockwayze some more and break it down.
But all of us got a navel where the umbilical cord was severed from our mothers, where we all came from. But until we get back to the true spirituality of understanding our divine balance of African men and African women, we'll forever be a victim in somebody else's racist theological story and the victimization of sisters where we cannot see our divine balance in the universe. Hotel. And you know, the story is corrupted anyway, because as they said, there was only Adam and Eve, and then they created a son named who? And Cain went out to the land of Nod and found what? They haven't been able to explain that story yet. And then the racist theologians will tell you that was the sub-Negroid race. No, African people had a great kingdom long before their Adam and Eve story that they created and corrupted from the goddess Aset and Asar from right here in Kemet, right here in Egypt where you are. These stories are told. This is a book in stone. That's why they carved endlessly so it cannot be revised. You see the ark already back there. How could the Ark of Covenant, that the Jews say that Jehovah God is the portable God house, and you got it right here? That they're carrying. And we are taught to go to Jerusalem and not to come back here to Kemet. We look at Jerusalem as being the Holy Land, not Kemet as being the Holy Land. This was the original Holy Land. This was the original Taneter land. I know that may be hard for some of us, but 400 years of indoctrination, you have to look at yourself as a victim. And we have been a victim. But we have continuous stories. So this is a book in stone. You could have a few minutes to take your pictures of the goddess Shishat and go back and tell the story. Show it to the preachers. Show it to the ministers. We want to get to the root of these stories, and you've come halfway around the world, back to the African Nile Valley, and witnessed where they've copied and manipulated these stories from you. We want to get to the root of the story, and the root of the story was no Eve, but it was in fact Shishat, giving divine knowledge and wisdom. See, the only story that we have when a story regurgitates up is what white folks put in our psyche. But now the real psychological warfare is going to take place now because you are here. You're witnessing on the temples now, Shishat and the tree of life and many other concepts that we have shown. And that's down in your psychic. So when you hear the Garden of Eden, what's going to trigger in your mind right back here? I saw Shishat. And it was nothing. That's what's going to trigger. That's what's going to activate. But if you have nothing down in your psychic to fight that, then you can only accept that which has been told to you. Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's that's Ashraf Kwasi. He does a tour to Egypt every year in Ethiopia. But I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, like I said, when you look at and when you go to the book of Proverbs, it says that that's how we were created with wisdom, knowledge, and what was it? Knowledge, wisdom, and I can't think of the third one, but basically
Understanding,
knowledge and wisdom. Huh?
knowledge, and understanding, or like
Yeah,
that's something.
excuse me. Yeah, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You know what I mean? Those are that's righteously. There go your Trinity. But though that's what births, and when you look at it, and when you kind of think about it, this is your Trinity, right? Because if you got knowledge and wisdom, and they come together, because that's your masculine and your feminine principle, what would it birth? Right? What would knowledge and wisdom give birth to? It would manifest understanding. So there go your Trinity in itself, and a lot of people be looking. They got all three masculine energies as in a Trinity. But when you look at the Trinity, the same way that it should be Father, what we say, Mother, Father, Mother, Son. You see that same principle still pop up. Wisdom, knowledge equals understanding.
Exactly. Yeah. So that so when we talk about this book and we really get to bring it full circle, we talk about this book of Enoch, and it like saying that there's angels that came down. What the the overarching thing that Blue is saying is that it wasn't necessarily angels, it was actually us. You know what I'm saying? It was
Right.
our people that were the ones that came upon this earth or were on the earth and spread the knowledge and this, that, the other. So I wanted to like really dive deep into like let's really get into Book of Enoch origins. So is this a false book?
I wouldn't make it any falser than the Bible in itself. If we're gonna say if it's a false book, like looking at it from a whole, yeah, the Bible and the biblical narrative is false. But is it something that's canon or should be a part of the Bible? I think so, based off of the evidence. I mean, and I'm like, if I'm taking a non-biased opinion, and that's just me looking from the outside in, I would say that the Book of Enoch is a part of the Bible, based off of, like I said, the Ethiopians have the Book of Enoch in their book, and so for me, when I look at the Book of Enoch and how it describes Noah, I think that's an issue. If you can you pull that up? Can you pull up um how Noah looked in the Book of Enoch? It should be a scripture. I can't think of the scripture anymore. Um, Let me see if I can find the scripture actually. Let me see. I'll get that. But yeah, I think as far as looking at it from a biblical standpoint, yeah, I think it's canon. But if you're just saying like in general, I don't think it's any more credible than the Bible is. And to me, the Bible just isn't credible.
All right, I did find something. Let's see if I can share this. All right, the Book of Enoch, Black Adam, Albino Noah, and the Image of God. So,
There we go. Yep.
was everybody on the planet before Noah's flood? The Book of Enoch seems to indicate that the world before Noah's flood was much darker place as far as melanin is concerned. While the Book of Enoch is not considered canon, official scripture is very important to the ancient
Okay, hold on,
Hebrews.
wait, because now can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Mic check.
That's a critical point right there.
I can hear you. Are you guys having a hard time hearing me?
No, we can hear you. I can hear you good.
Okay.
You hear
No, I
Blue?
think it's just on my end.
Okay, because I don't want to turn this up too loud and have it uh thingamajiggying out. So, but okay, so what you want me to stop there? You're on mute.
He said that according to the text, that that the planet was a much more melanated place before the time of Noah. That's what you're saying, sis?
That's what it says. Was everybody on the planet black before Noah's flood? The book
Okay.
of Enoch seems to indicate that the world before Noah's flood was a much darker place as far as melanin is concerned. While the book of Enoch is not considered canon, official scripture is very important to the ancient Hebrews. In fact, it was so important that they hid it among the Dead Sea Scrolls of Qumran. Of Qumran. Let's
Qumran.
start by looking at the story concerning
Get a
Noah's
cool
birth.
market.
After a time, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. She became pregnant by him, and brought forth a child, the flesh of which was white as snow, and red as a rose. The hair whose head was a white like wool and long, and whose eyes were beautiful. When he opened them, he illuminated all the house like the sun. The whole house abounded with light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, opening also his mouth, he spoke to the Lord of righteousness. Then Lamech his father was afraid of him, and flying away came to his own father Methuselah and said, I have begotten a son, unlike to other children. He is not human, but resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven. It is of a different nature from ours, being altogether unlike us. Book of Enoch
Now look at
10,
that.
1 to 3.
Now look at that. Think about that though. The son. Now think about this. This is they gave birth to it. That they might play the games of albino. That's a white boy. They gave birth to a whole white boy, and they said he resembled the angels. Remember who
Mm,
the angels are? The sons of God. So they are saying that he don't look like us. He resembles more. So look at what they trying to do even in this instance. The angels are over. Like I heard what I think the sister said that the angels are lower than him. I don't I don't know. I know that's New Testament, but we don't see examples of angels being lower than human beings. If anything, we see uh we see angels having way more power and being able to do way more than human beings could ever even imagine. So it's just kind of crazy though. But not only that, we see the angels are recognized as sons of man, sons of God. So they already are telling you that in an authoritative state, there are white people there. The white people are in an authoritative state, and that lower than that is Noah, and he resembles the people in that authoritative state, and that he looks nothing like the other people around him.
It's a good point.
That's
All
interesting.
right. So, the colored elephant in the room. These three verses in the book of Enoch provide a glimpse into what was going on around the world at the time of Noah's birth. In order to make this easier, we're going to break down the information in two sections: what the text says, what the text implies. Noah was born with white skin. Noah did not look like other humans. So that means there was no other white people. So is Noah the birth of white people? The Lamech believed Noah was the son of an angel. Angels were having children on earth. Okay, what the text implies, white skin was not common amongst humans. The children of angels, Nephilim, were white. Although the Nephilim play a very important role in Noah's flood, they are beyond the scope of the focus of this article. Okay. So if humans weren't white, what color were they? The text seems to imply that pre-flood humans were people of color. Based on the location of the Garden Eden, they were most likely brown or dark-skinned people. if you still aren't convinced that pre-flood people were people of color, Lamech's words, being altogether unlike to us, proves that everything about Noah was different, including his skin color. So Noah, the black albino. So Noah was described as having white skin. We know that not only Europeans have white skin, black people can also be born with white skin, and they're called albino. So Enoch, Lamech, and Noah were all from the line of Seth, Adam's third son. If they were people of color, it also indicates that Seth was a man of color, which would make Adam a man of color.
Yeah, I think that you can do that and see. For me, and this is why I use terms like Eurasian and Greco-Roman as a determination factor, because I think sometimes the way we kind of view history through a black and white lens, and that's not necessarily the case. So though those people may have been maybe of a darker complexion, they weren't African,
Mm.
right? His lineage, because once you dealing, remember, you dealing starting with the lineage of Adam, you start 10,000 BC. That's only 6,000 years ago. The moment you pick up there, we've already had history hundreds of thousands of years old. So this is all picking up in the middle of the world already going on. Civilizations have been built and fallen and all kind of different stuff. So there, and we got to think too, they're being birthed in the time that this society is advanced. This is an advanced society and how they view the world, mathematics, all kind of different stuff. So to them, these people are doing magic. These are giants. These people are all kind of witchcraft and shit. They making shit come out of the sky. Like this is this is kind of how they viewing the world to them.
Mm.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like the some of these we look different, so you can kind of see there's a separation. So I think when it says not like unto any other, I think it's two ways you could see that. I think part of it was too how he came out, because remember there's a he's specific in how he is and how he looks. So I'm not sure if he's different in skin or it's just the fact that how he glows in his hair. It's the fact that how his skin and his hair go together. You see what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
never.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, I never had. I never studied the Book of Enoch, but I would like to now that you guys have brought it to my attention. That sis has brought it to my attention in yourself, Blue. But it seems like from what I'm hearing, it seems like Noah was a sign of what was coming. Uh, the way that the text is saying it, because it say he still retained the woolly hair. I'm just saying according to what I'm
Right,
hearing from the text, he still retained the woolly hair, and he still came from the family that he came from, which everyone else was pretty much brown skin or dark skin. That's what the text infers.
right.
It seems like Noah would have been a sign of what was coming. And at that date, around 6,000 years ago, we do have, my favorite source, Blue, National Geographic, it does say that modern Europeans genetically, they have not been on this planet past 6,600 years, nowhere near. The
Facts.
modern European, the full package, blonde hair, blue eyes, pale skin, they have not been in existence. Now, did our people have light skin in other places on the planet due to different environmental factors? Yes, some of us
Right,
did. Khoisan would be an example. But that package, that blonde hair, that blue eyes, that pale skin, that didn't exist past 6,000. Seems like Noah, according to the text, would have been a sign of what was coming.
of what was
My
coming.
humble,
Yeah,
My humble opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
My daughter has joined the chat. I don't know. She's telling us, "Hello, mommy. I love you. I love you too." I said, "She's on my thing." She's like, "Hello, mommy." She's talking to.
Straight up.
But
Yeah.
anyway, so channel warehouse. It's hard to understand what you're saying. You're putting numbers in. I don't understand what we're talking about. What are we
This
putting
that
in?
Billy Carson stuff right here. You mentioned Billy Carson, and this what happens right here.
Like, what in the world? Like, is this gematria type stuff? I don't know what we're doing
Yeah,
here.
this is like sacred math or some shit. Like,
Because I don't know. I don't understand it. You done confused me. I'm like, what?
yeah.
Oh man, hey, Blue man. Excuse me. Thank you for letting me build, man. Thank you, sister, for your grace and allowing me to join the build with you and brother Blue.
Definitely. I
Right.
appreciate you guys. You already know every time.
Yes, sir, brother. I'm out though, man.
Right. And I don't want to
Peace,
go
peace.
too much past 2 hours. I want to like give like a synopsis. I don't
Hmm.
understand what channel. I want to give. I want to. I wish I could understand.
Right.
You way past my mathematics and all. My brain doesn't stop when you start putting them numbers in. I don't know what we're talking about here.
Yeah, man. You gotta be y'all Billy
What?
Carsonites gotta be stopped. Yo. We gotta well, I ain't gonna say y'all gotta be stopped. We gotta slow y'all down first. Let's start. What is
Just
one times one? I see we gotta go back.
on it. Like, come on now. I don't. I can't
Straight
even.
up.
I can't even read your comment. I'm like 7/4/3 7x7 planes of light. All DNA formed by nature. 7 colors of light. Okay, maybe this makes it 7/4/3 7x7 planes of light is all DNA formed by nature. 7 colors of light. We are human. Like 4/3 English alphabet A7 M7 made by the curve W8609 because 6 is above O and plane 9 is
Got
above
M2 times M1 equals MC squared. Face hey, look, man.
MC squared.
Yeah. But I think though,
Man, honey,
and
I studied numerology too, and he didn't lost me. I said,
right.
yeah, shoot. But
And we
go
gotta
ahead.
be careful with that we not giving certain stuff validation. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, like I said, we supposed to be showing that the stuff is false, and instead we show that we try to prove that it comes from this and it comes from that, like it comes from us. This stuff does not come from us. This is anti our culture, right? Like we've already shown. We anytime we deal with our deities come with a counterpartner, right? They always have there's always a woman next to them. I think so, and I'll say this because I ain't gonna I'm not gonna destroy the Bible. To me, I'll say this: let's make sure that we dealing with the principles as opposed to the dogma, right? So, like I said in Proverbs, it stated that things were created with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Um, we see the wisdom, we see knowledge, and then we see when you put those two together that you get understanding. You see the masculine, the feminine principle, and what it gives birth to, right? Um, you see those same principles apply with us manifesting the human on in the flesh, right, or in the physical. But when we talk about giants and these different deities, serpents and stuff, we gotta understand the connection that these things have with people, right? Whenever you dealing with books like these aren't a tree is never just a tree. It's always something different, right? So you have to kind of get into the esoteric understanding of a lot of it. But at the end of the day, we know that we are the people that had knowledge of the science, the mathematics, understanding of the universe and all of that. And we know that we taught that. And so when they referring to these giants and doing all of this evil shit, just realize that, or I have some sort of not even gonna say realize or understand, at least try to see where you fit into the story and kind of understand what your origins say about you, and then compare it to the narrative. And I think what you will see is that the narrative, the biblical narrative, is an all-out war against the our what we our spiritual foundation and what we provided to the universe or to the planet. And whether it's taking out the woman, whether it's the demonization of magic or ancestral veneration or divination or any of that, all of that stuff is being done um at our expense. And the worst part about it is that the biblical narrative supports it, as long as as long as you accept the ancestors and the deities of the other people. That's the issue. It's not that you practice divination, it's that you practice divination to Ogun. It's not that you make a petition. It's the fact that you make your petition to Legba first to open up the gates. And see, when you deal with the biblical narrative, Jesus is the one that's supposed to open up the gates. Remember, he says, I am the way, the truth, and the light. The only way you get to the source is through me, right? So you see, that's where the issue is coming in. Yo,
Oh no,
but yeah.
I
Oh,
got
okay. I thought my audio had cut out. I
no,
was like,
no.
damn.
Keep talking.
Yeah, but definitely that's what you ended up seeing. So what you see is our a replacement. And righteously, when you look at the characteristics of Jesus, his characteristics, the way that they made him, he's able to replace all the Orisha, right? And basically, they're saying that through this ancestor of this Israel state, this is how you gain access to the source or to God, and this is the only way. And the problem with that is that source or going through that is through our enemies, and that's just something we shouldn't be trying to compromise with.
Right. Ashe. Listen, man, this was a great build. I really appreciate your time here, Blue. Man, you broke it down. You and thank you for our guest that came up here, Afro Asiatic Addict. Thank you to Lakeisha. Thank you, Gynocracy Takeover. I thought you were a mod. You're not a mod no more? Did you unmod yourself? Okay. Okay, you are a mod. Okay. Thank you. Mel had to say. Mel came here. Okay, Mel, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going? So you wanted to say something?
Well, it's too late now. I was just gonna.
No. Come on, no,
Nah, it
because
ain't too late.
ain't too late. We just didn't have nobody come up here to like really talk about the subject, so we were about to like. But hey, if you got something to say about it, Book of Enoch, because this is about building and create and having an understanding about what these books are really meaning and stuff. So go ahead, Mel.
Hold on 1 second here. No, I don't have
Uh,
anything directly to say. There was a few points along the way, but I came in too late, so
no, no,
be able to
no. Go
explain.
ahead,
Go ahead, hit
cause
your point.
you yeah. I got time. Cause you the brother
Okay.
that came out of the J Dubs, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So,
I've been wanting to
so
build with
going
you
back.
anyway on this.
All right. So going back to Genesis, when you talked about the concept that man was not born imperfect, right? Or born into sin, and you pointed to the scripture in Psalms, right? And then you made a statement that in Genesis it does not say something. What was that?
You made he said that it does not say that man
You
was born
said
in
in the
sin
Torah.
in
You
Genesis.
said in the Torah, right?
Right. Oh, I was saying that I think in the Torah doesn't mention Adam and Eve anymore. You don't hear from Adam and Eve again until you get to the New Testament.
But no,
Oh,
you
okay.
also mentioned that about the Ben being born in sin is not in Genesis.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I was
Right.
saying it's not biblical. It's not a biblical teaching. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was saying.
So I could find it for you. Man, I wish I could prepare it for this. But anyway, in Genesis it does say it talks about a young man being evil from his youth onward. How would you process that?
Right. That would be him in specific, right? So it was saying that he was evil from his time forth, but I think when you talk about being born in sin, I don't think it would say that that would mean that we would be inherently um what was it, that we would be inherently evil, right? So maybe that boy may have been somebody who was inherently evil. Which even in that instance, I'm not sure. You said that it. What, can you state the verse one more time for me? I'm sorry. I want to make sure I get that right.
But the scripture does say you just quoted it. In fact, too, where it talks about a boy is evil from his youth onward. So then you have to map down. Are we talking about an infant? How old is this boy? So you
Right.
could draw upon that to come to the conclusion that most Christian believers or whatever, they all believe that we're born into imperfection due to Adam and Eve. And you kind of tie that to the scriptures where it says that God regretted that he had created humans, right?
Yeah,
I
I
think you
think.
lost.
Yeah. No, no, I'm right here. Yeah, I can see. I can definitely see that where he said that. Yeah, he did regret the creation. I think though that was it the creation of all humans, or was it specifically talking about Israel?
I can barely make out what you're saying.
I was saying when it said that he regretted the creation, that he had regretted his creation. What I can't remember if that was referencing all humans or was that referencing just Israel,
It was referencing mankind. So you could probably, I mean,
mankind
different
in
religion.
general.
Yeah. So different
Yeah,
religions, they try to
but
spin
I
things
would say
according to what they believe.
right. I would still say though, even in that instance, that would be based off of the direction that man went in, and he would be going. And his reasoning behind that would be them being disobedient, not and they're disobedient. I wouldn't say that would be something that would come from birth, because like you said, there was a certain boy that was that way, but uh, there's also examples of people. For matter of fact, Enoch, right? Enoch was supposed to have been perfect from the time that he was born. He was supposed to have walked with God, right? And so the question would be, well, was Enoch born into iniquity?
It would be basically upon your belief, with your belief system. I mean, in Genesis, it was speaking about mankind in general. So if Enoch came after that, then he would fall into that same pot, right?
Right. But like, how do you explain him being perfect and the boy being inherent? Like, because Enoch, it shows Enoch being inherently perfect, and it shows. But then there's another scripture where you see the boy is inherently evil. So you have one
Right.
that's born perfect because Enoch never sinned. He walked with God the whole way until he was not. Right.
So here's the thing. That's probably one of the reasons why the Book of Enoch is not in the 66.
Well, wait, this wouldn't come from the book of Enoch. Is the story of Enoch in the Bible, right?
Okay,
Remember
what
in
scripture?
Genesis.
Give me your scripture. Where it says he's perfect.
Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying it was in the Book of Enoch.
No. This was just him. This is him being referenced.
Okay.
Enoch. In one book of the Bible. Da, 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 da. Appears in the Genesis. Hold on, let me make sure I get the text. Genesis 5:22. Let's go to Genesis 5 and pull that up. Let's say Genesis 5. Let's just go Genesis 5. Oops. All right, cool. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah. It's Genesis 5:22. So it says Enoch walked with God after. Okay, so hold on. Let me see. Might be starting it off a little bit too early. Let's see here. Let's go with 5. Let me start at. I'm gonna start. Let me see where What it says when we start at verses 20. All right. Let's see. Full chapter. All right. Boom. To do lemonade. No.
As Enoch walked with God after he fathered Methuselah 300 years.
And it
And
says when Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. After that, he became Enoch, walked faithfully with God 300 years and had other sons and daughters all together. Enoch lived a total of 365 years. Enoch walked faithfully with God, then he was no more because God took him away. All right, so can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, so where I would say where I stood correct, where I would stand corrected is that we don't have a timeline from how Enoch was the first 65 years, right? Because it says that it was 300 years, but we don't know what he did the first 65 years. So in that instance, he could have been inherently evil.
Okay, but I thought you said that he was perfect. The Bible said that Enoch was perfect. I thought that was the point we were looking for.
Yeah, that he was perfect and walked with God. He walked faithfully with God then until he was no more.
That wouldn't be your average Christian or whatever. They wouldn't interpret walk faithfully with God as being born perfect, though.
No. I wouldn't. Yeah, that's why I said I would back off. That's why I said I would take away the that he was born perfect. And the reason why I would say I would take that off is because it said 300 years, but he lived 365. So we don't have a recollection of what he did those first 65 years. So I'll back off of that point.
So in Genesis, when it says that a boy is evil from his youth up, right? Where's
What
this
verse is
concept
that?
of evil? I could look it up for you. I just had it pulled up here. Hold on a second.
I just want to make sure I get it all in context.
Try Genesis 8:21.
You said You said what, Genesis?
Genesis 8:21.
Okay. Genesis 8. Now Noah lived an ark, one, and Noah went forth, and his sons, his wife, every beast, every creeping thing, every fowl, and Noah built the ark, and on every clean altar. And the Lord smelled the sweet savory. And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. Um, yeah,
So you
I
so
think
you
when
see
it,
that?
yeah, but I think even in that instance, it's hard to say that youth. So that it's saying that for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth, right? But that's not necessarily stating from birth. That could be at the time that now he begins to be uh aware, you know what I'm saying, or more so conscious. Because you're not, I would say you're not, let me see, you could be not aware for a while, and then when you maybe you get your youth is like maybe 8 years old. Like we don't really know at that point what the youth is, because it like, and I just state this, it'd be, I would agree with it if it said that man's heart had been where, hold on, let me go back to that verse, that man's heart had been evil from his birth, but it said from his youth. I think youth and birth are two different things. So
So let me ask
born,
you a
uh-huh,
let me ask you a question. You go to a concert hall and there's 2,000 people,
right,
and the speaker says, "I want all the youth to stand up."
right.
What age do you think will stand?
Uh, that would
Or
probably be
all
somewhere.
all the youth to come to the main floor? What age do you think it will start with?
Yeah, I would, if you say all the youth to come to the main floor, I would
Yep.
assume that would be from like maybe, I'll say maybe 5 years old to like 17,
Why not 2 and 3?
because somebody would have to bring them up. Like you
Have you ever
couldn't
been
give a
on?
2 year old, like just think about this. If you in a congregation of 4,000 people, who do you think
Yep.
under 5 and under would understand when you say all the youth come forward?
Okay. But I've been to events where the parents actually bring the kids so that they can participate
Right.
because they're
But
because they're classified as a youth.
so now, but look what you just did. Now, if the parent is bringing that child, was who's in? Now, let's say that this event is foul. Is the child the one that brought itself, or did the parent bring them? Because let's say
But
that this
but
is
but the
sin, the
point
parent brought them, right?
what I'm saying is the point is that usually one, two, three, they're all considered under the category of a youth. That's the point. I mean, I don't want to get too
Yeah,
analytical into the illustration.
I
I'm
would
just
kind of
saying
say
they
that would be
fall
more
under the youth.
infant. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I kind of and I don't want to
See,
make it like a point on, you know what I mean? I don't want to drag on like the words, but I can see though, I can see why you would say that. And I'm not gonna close that off like a youth couldn't be
so listen,
like babies.
she has here on the screen is from 15 to 24.
From 15 to 24 is youth. So,
So
and
that's according to whatever's defining this particular point here is 15
matter
to
of fact,
24.
I'll tell you what we can do. It's verses. This is Genesis 8 and 21, right? We can even go into. Let's go. I'm gonna go to the Blue Letter Bible, right? And let's see what that word is for youth, because actually they'll have a
Where
in the
where are you
culture they'll
going?
tell you what youth is. I'm gonna go into the Blue Letter Bible so we can get into the Hebrew and look at what that
Oh,
what that
okay.
word is for youth. And it's Genesis. Let's go there. All right. Next chapter. I'm almost there. Okay. Yeah, I want to pull up in the Strong's Concordance because a lot of times they'll give you what they mean by youth. They'll tell you what their age is. So let's see what Hebrews consider the youth. Because a lot of times we look at, like how you said, if we walk into a a place or a concert and they do that, that would be viewing it from more so of this cultural aspect as opposed to what the Hebrews would say. So let's see. The Lord smell the sweet savor. The Lord. Let's go. Imagination from his youth. The phrase from his youth. Naru. All right. Go back.
Blue, I came up because Genesis told me you wanted to build with me, so I figured I'd
Yeah.
stop in
No,
on
I'm
you.
glad you're here, bro. I'm glad you're here. This is actually good. Let me see. So
I'm just giving some content.
H5271.
That's all.
So it gives the word Naru. It's a feminine noun. Let's go. Let's see. Strong's info. Okay, so the Strong's definition of Naru is properly passive, participate from, as demonstrative, a plural emphatic, or the persons, young people, childhood, youth, juvenility. Yeah,
Childhood.
so it says childhood and youth, right?
Mhm.
Okay, but it doesn't say like, so there's another like, and there, I don't want to be like, it looked like I'm being petty, but there's another word for baby, right? Or infant. And so matter of fact, let's just see. Childhood, youth, outline. It was used 46 times for youth. Let's see. Have been cattle about from our youth, even until now, both we say unto our fathers that ye. So like right here, right? Okay, so like Leviticus 22 and 13. This is how the word youth is used. It says, but if the priest's daughter be widowed or divorced and have no child. Now notice that child is used there, right? That's a different word from youth. And is returned unto her father's house as in her youth, right? So, but if a priest's daughter is to be widowed or divorced and have no child and is returned into her father's house as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's meat, but there shall no stranger eat thereof. So even youth in that instance, it seems to be a difference from a child. You see what I'm saying? Like even if we go to Numbers 30 and 3, if a woman also vow unto the Lord and bind herself a bond, being in her father's house in her youth. Notice that this is a woman. How can a woman be in her youth, right? In her father's house. So you in this instance, it's really just meaning your vulnerability, right? Passive. So when we go back, I'm gonna go back to the Strong's definition of it. So you go back to the Strong's definition, the word used is naru, right? The feminine, it says properly passive, participate from, right? Or demonstrative in the plural. This is juvenility, or the persons, young people. So this is really referring to young people, not necessarily babies. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's so when it refers, so even in that state of you being born, you being in sin from your youth, that still in that instance wouldn't be in reference to actually being like a newborn, like a newborn baby. that would be in reference of somebody that could be a woman. So it really kind of gives more so what she gave the range from 15 to 24, because this is obviously somebody that's conscious, right? It said woman, and then it said in her youth. So for a woman to still be in her youth, the age can't be it can't be the same as for a baby.
Right. But sorry, but most religions though they do teach. Well, I shouldn't say most, but I know Jehovah's Witnesses and other ones they teach that babies are born into imperfection due to Adam and Eve. That's one of the strong points of the religious teachings.
Right.
And I would surmise that scriptures like that, because they leave it up, they're not going to pull out what you did. They're going to just preach it
Leave it
that,
right there.
hey, you're born into sin.
Right.
See, the thing is, the point I was making though, when we leave it up to our own interpretation, that's when it gets tricky. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Yeah.
And that's what happens in the church, because I was telling someone the other day, most of these pastors, they say, oh, God told me when I was driving to church today, or I was working in the field and God told me to tell you this. Like, but he didn't tell you about COVID. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't get it. So,
Right.
so it gets real tricky when you can just take a scripture and assign your own interpretation to it.
Right.
So
Right.
that's the big contention.
And the problem, and it ain't just even in the Jehovah Witnesses. The problem with a lot of different religions, how they view the Bible, they take it out of its its cultural historical context, and they try to apply it to today. And it's like we live in a totally different culture, and how we view the world is totally different from how things may have been written at that time and in that culture. So that's just like, even like then, how we view a youth and how they view a youth is probably, you know what I mean, two different things. Because even me, I was wrong.
Right.
I thought even younger than 15. I was like, shoot, 5. You know what I mean? I was trying to think about an age where a kid could go up to the altar by themselves. You know what I mean?
Right.
Recognizing the call. But uh but you can see it even in that instance. But I think one thing I would add with like the Adam and Eve story is what you see, like when like how it says that all of us, you notice that you don't get that actual reference of why sin is introduced until you get to Paul, all the way into Paul. If you notice, nobody mentions Adam and Eve again outside of Genesis until you get all the way into Paul. And now Paul is explaining why sin is the way it is. Well, because the woman, remember he says the woman is the one who introduced sin into the world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the
So
problem with that is the verse, and part, and I'll give you this one last one. What they do with that also is that they also say that all men come through Adam, right? And all men are permitted to die once, and which is, that's a little bit of a fallacy in itself based on miracles that happened in the New Testament. But they're saying all of that is that all of this stuff stems from Adam and Eve. But when you kind of look at the Torah and the Tanakh, it's not given that same storyline exactly. It because you can actually see, because and what I'll give an example of is like this. I'll digress right here. You see that the Torah it doesn't start with Moses. The laws don't start with Moses. The laws, and that's when people say it's the laws of Moses. No, these are the laws of God, right? And so that starts in
But hold on, but
Genesis.
Moses write the Torah?
He physically wrote the Torah, but that's the Torah that, according to the story, he physically wrote the Torah. But we know that the law was already in existence, because we see not we see um Cain and Abel. They knew what to sacrifice and what not to sacrifice. And then also it said that Abraham follow all his laws, statutes, and commandments, which is part of the reason why he picked Abraham. So you can always see the law and reference. Even you can see even a Passover during Abraham's time. You can see the Passover before you ever even get to Kemet. You see multiple Passovers actually, even after Egypt. Go ahead, though. I know you want to probably say something.
I have something to say. My question is, how could Moses be born in Egypt, raised in Egypt? I mean, and Egypt had its own laws and have its own 48 laws of Ma'at, all these things and all these things, and not be influenced by that culture and then write this book. You understand what I'm saying? To
Well,
me,
the laws are influenced by Babylon. The laws come from the Code of Hammurabi, right? The when you read the Babylonian laws and then you take it and you read the Torah, it lines up word for word. So the Torah comes out of the Babylon. This is why Abraham and them come out of Babylon. They come from that same space. This is
why
why
not
he said,
why not Babylon and not like Egypt? Because if Egypt has the same 48, 42 negative confessions, that includes I have not killed my, I have not did this, I have not done that. Why would Babylon then get the credit for like the things that already started in Egypt?
well, I think you can what it's two different things, right? So you got law, statutes, and commandments. So when you talk about like the commandments, yeah, you can see the connection between the Ten Commandments and Egypt, no question. And my eye, you can definitely see that. But when you start going into actual like the laws and the statutes, meaning like how you are to do these rituals, you know what I mean, and how they, because he's very specific on if you're going to do these rituals. Because remember, sacrifice isn't a requirement, right? It's he only adds Leviticus. That's why he says if you are the sacrifice, because other nations were sacrificing and these people wanted to be like the other nations. So he's saying if you are going to bring a sacrifice, this is how you are going to bring it. Now when you start getting into these type of laws now, and now you're starting to get into the Code of Hammurabi, and you starting to see the impact of their time. Because remember, Abraham, before he goes into Egypt, he comes out of Mesopotamia, right? He's coming out of that Babylonian area, or what they call the Armenians, right? Remember, it says that thy nativity was what it say? Your mother was a Horite, and your father was an Armenian. You know what I'm saying? And that's telling you where the birth, and he's saying this is the birth of you people. So when you look at who those people were, they come out of Babylon. That Babylonian, and when you look at the Code of Hammurabi, I mean, I'm talking about it just lines up perfectly with the Torah.
All right, so
So let me ask you. Go ahead.
these, okay,
Mhm.
well, I just want to like just say these are the negative confessions of my, right? I've not committed sin, I've not committed robbery with violence, I've not stolen, I've not slain men and women, I've not stolen grain, have not prolonged offerings, have not stolen the property of God, not uttered lies, not carried away food, not uttered curses, not committed adultery, not lain with men, not made none to weep, not eaten the heart. So I guess that's like in the eating the entrails of animals. Not attacked any man. I'm not a man of deceit. I've not stolen cultivated land. I've not been an eavesdropper. I've not slandered no man. Not been angry without just cause. Not been debauched by the wife of any man, have not debauched the wife of any man, have not polluted myself, not terrorized none, not transgressed the law, not been raw, not shut my ears to the words of truth, not blasphemed, not been a man of violence, stir up strife, blah, blah, blah. So it just, and it keeps going. I mean, not slaying the cattle belonging to God, not snatched away the breath of the child, nor treated with contempt the God of my city, not carried away the kinful cakes. I'm not sure what that means. From the spirits of the dead, not stolen the bread of the gods, not acted with arrogance, not cursed God, never raised my voice, never stopped the flow of water, which is the wow, wait a minute, never stopped the flow of water. I've not worked witchcraft against the king. I've not wronged none. I've done no evil. I've not multiplied my words in speaking, not pried in the matters, not acted undue haste. So you mean to tell me this is the weight of the land of this? I'm not a man of violence, not a stir up of strife, not after. So all 42 negative confessions of like what I have not done. I'm not, and then you wake up in the morning and you say that you say it in the morning, say it at night. Now, this was the way of being in Egypt at the time. So you're saying that it wasn't this that he grew up in Egypt, that instead of him learning this law, that he was taking his commandments from Babylon?
No, that's what I'm saying. That those are the commandments. You good? No, no. I'm saying that what you were referencing, that's where the commandments would have came from, right? The 10 Commandments.
Came from
But
Babylon
then,
or from Egypt?
right? No, no, from Egypt. You could, yeah, you can see, and I ain't gonna say fully, but yeah, you can see a correlation between the Egyptian negative confessions of Ma'at and the 10 Commandments of the Bible, right? The 42 laws of Ma'at and the 10 Commandments. But what I'm saying is when you get into the laws and the statutes, which is separate from the commandments, now you're getting into the code of Hammurabi, right? Which is based on how animal, like whether it be how animal is or how you deal, because like even when you say with my eye, right, it tells you that's saying that what I have not done, but none of that says what do you do when you if you have done it. And so when you get into the statutes and the law, this deals with what do you do when you have broken one of those laws. So let's say if you have broken the 10 Commandments, or you did break one of the 42 laws of Ma'at, now how do you go about uh 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 what is it? Getting, basically I can't think of the term, but I guess we'll just say forgiveness. You know what I mean? How do you get forgiveness for that? Or how do you reconcile from that? Go ahead, Meldo. I know you got something you want to say. A few things.
So it's just friendly fire. So I'm going back to what you said probably 15 minutes ago. So how do we address the fact that God Himself said He created evil? Because you mentioned Eve
uh,
and evil, and we're talking about the youth and the evil. But let's
right.
go further back into the spirit realm of the devil and everybody else. How can anyone get around the fact that God said He created evil? Isaiah chapter, shoot, I just had it up. I think it's 25 verse 7 or something. Let me pull it up for you. Isaiah
Yeah.
45
Can you
7,
hear
I'm
me?
sorry. And I debate a lot of Jehovah
Okay. I'm
Witnesses
just
and
making sure I'm
Christians.
clear.
I
Hmm.
debate a lot of Jehovah Witnesses
Well,
and
well, what?
Christians about this point, and they try to squirm around it, but there's no real way forward. So if she pulls up
What?
Isaiah 45 7,
Well, what it really is saying right there is not that he is the creator of evil, but that he created calamity, right? And if you look at what calamity is basically uh it's like the punishment for it, right? Or how you
can you
deal
pull
with
it
the
up in your
evil.
blue book? Can you pull it up in your blue book?
Right, right. See that it's an
Can you?
event.
What I'm saying, can you pull it up in your blue book to make sure that evil is calamity?
Right, right, right. Hold on. Let me pull that up real quick.
Where would I get that from? Is what the Torah?
Okay, so look, do this. Go to the Blue Letter Bible and then
It's called the
yeah,
Blue
put
Letter
in Blue Letter
Bible.
Bible. And then when you go in there, what, 8? No, 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 no.
What was
What
it? Leviticus?
yeah,
What was
he got the verse. No, it was in
it?
Isaiah. He
Isaiah
he
45
created
7.
good and evil. Yeah, 45
Okay.
and 7. Yeah.
Okay, am I looking at the right stuff
Yeah,
right here?
and this is so when we go into the Strongs. Yeah, that's what it's gonna use the word calamity.
Oh, so I gotta like go change it to the Strong's.
Yep, you in there right now. No, you good. You don't have to change it to anything. You just got to find the verse. And once you find the
Yeah, I'm
verse, this is
45.
you in the Strongs right now. So the Strongs is who that's who.
It says Hamasa, evil.
Strong's H 7451,
So
Ra, Ra, and second entry, Ra, Ra, and third entry, Ra'ah, Ra'ah.
So that's evil.
you said where is it? All right, now okay, cool. Now click on H 87451.
Right here. It says evil, bad, evil, disagreeable, malignant, bad, unpleasant, evil, giving pain, unhappiness, misery, evil, displeasing.
So that sounds like evil.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
doesn't sound like
Am I
calamity.
am I am I am
My,
I, am I
my fault.
pulling the wrong word or like hold on?
Let me cut my camera off. That might help. Can y'all hear
No,
me?
it's the right
Okay, now
word, but it seems like go ahead.
go no go no go back. Go back to where you first was. You want to type in on where it says H, the H7 something. So go back to the verse and then pull up the tools.
Hold on, let me go. Let me just start.
Okay, there you go. No, you was right there. Go back. Go forward. Go forward. You was right there.
All right, which one is 4, 5, and what? 7? Right here. On form
Let
light,
me
I create darkness,
see.
I make peace, I create
Yeah,
evil.
right there.
Okay.
Click on that one. All right, now go down to where it says evil.
Evil.
All right, now click on the H741. Click on that. Yep.
Okay.
So now, when we go into evil, the word for that is Ra. Right?
Okay.
That says something in itself, but
That's
that's a
crazy,
lot
right?
right there in itself.
I
But
create
we'll
raw.
pass that
Raw
part.
is wow.
So now go to. There should be a definition.
So the
Should give you
sun
a
is evil.
definition and antonyms also, or I mean not antonyms but synonyms.
Definite songs right here. Adversity,
All
affliction,
right, now
calamity.
adversely
There-
affliction, bad, calamity, right? You see it in there.
Okay.
Calamity, displeasure, distress, a man
You just
exceedingly.
briefly go through them all.
Well, that pretty much, including the feminine Ra'ah. So that's crazy that Ra is considered evil. So Ra, well, maybe that's that language because I'm like Ra.
That sounds evil.
Well, you know, Ra is also the sun in Egypt. You know what I'm saying so.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just making a joke.
But okay, so what was
So
your
is
point
it
in bringing that? Let's see what you were trying to say about that. What was your thing with the Jehovah Witnesses when it came out to that?
you're
I think
talking to me?
yeah, Mel, because Blue's thing, he's losing connection sometimes.
Oh, okay. So what is it saying here? Is it saying that evil that God created is calamity, or is it saying something different?
Well, it's saying that word could
What are
mean.
the words
That
one by one?
It's saying that it okay. Let's say what the words are. So that God creates evil. Okay, uh, evil, bad, or is noun evil, natural or moral adversity, affliction, bad, calamity, displeasure, distress, evil, flavoredness, man, thing, exceedingly great grief, harm, heavy hurt, ill favored, marked, mischievous, misery, naughty, not noisome, not
Okay, so it's not
for.
restricted to calamity.
But I would let me see what I said. Okay, so oh, man. So,
You're breaking up, honey. You're breaking up, Blue. You're breaking up real bad. I don't know what he must be driving, but so go into why you thought you when you went it because you being so Blue is he used to be a former is Hebrew Israelite, and you being well he was a Torah Israelite, and you being a Jehovah Witness. So what's your point about the that God in the New Test or Old Testament is saying He brings calamity? What was the reason why you wanted to bring that up? What was the point?
Based on what you just, well, number one, he brought in the clarification somewhat of calamity, but as it stands, evil is evil. So obviously, it's wise to go back to the blue book or whatever to try to grasp the original meaning of the word. But it really means that God created evil. I mean, the words that you just laid out, it's a multitude of words, and in that it says bad, evil, calamity. You have the whole gambit, right? So, um, the evil didn't necessarily start with the narrative of the Bible. The evil didn't necessarily start with the humans. It started with the devil, because the devil was the one who deceived Eve. Correct?
Right, right. But if God
Okay,
created,
so so
so God
so
created the devil, created evil, right? Is that what that's meaning?
Yeah, so if God created evil, right? So that needs to be addressed in all the narratives of those who believe the Bible, teach the Bible, read the Bible. You have to move forward considering that fact that God he takes all responsibility for evil in Isaiah chapter 45 verse 7. And so I find that most Jehovah Witnesses or anybody else that's a Christian or whatever, it's a hard one to explain when you think about all the atrocities in the world today, and when you go back to the root of it, right? According to Isaiah, it'll lead you to God. Am I wrong?
Wow, that's a good
So
point.
how are you gonna? He brought out the blue book, right? We went through the blue book. If you hit the points, you can't just look at calamity because that makes you feel soft inside at night. You have to embrace all the words, and we're using them as a reliable source. I mean, I would have to look at them a little bit more to confirm it's something that we can hang our hat on. But the fact of the matter is, these atrocities that you see, when you see the bad things happening to women, when you see the children starving, and all these other things, it somehow traces back to God because he created evil. So usually when I bring this up to Christians, believers, they do a song and dance trying to explain away how somehow this evil is glorious and harmonious somehow. But if you really think about it, it's going to cause an issue.
I would say that is where African spirituality differs, and that's where we get even into this book of Enoch, right? So you have these angels that come down. Did you get to see the first part where we talked about the book of Enoch, how the angels came down and this, that, the other? Did you get that? Did you
Yes,
get to
I
see that
saw.
part?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I'm versed
And
on that.
so,
Yeah.
so if God created these angels and then they came down on earth and then they created calamity, they created like all type of weird creatures and beings and this, that, the other. So this was a creation of God itself, right? So that means God is the creator of life and of evil, of good and of evil. So I would say that, or is it just a creation of evil?
So let me ask you a question. What happens if God didn't create evil? Would the angels have came down and slept with the women?
Well, that's why we get into the thing about what Blue is saying is that the whole story is really made up, and it's really about nations and beings and people. It's not so much about these extraterrestrial beings that come down onto the earth and sleep with women. It's about like just a mindset or whatever of people and their nations and their culture. Would you agree with that?
If you employ critical thinking, yeah, if you employ critical thinking, I'll hit you with a couple of points real quick. Obviously, we don't have time to go through it tonight. But I talked to a scientist, all sorts of people. But if you look at the Bible, and I may not be dead on point, but I'll give you the general synopsis. In Genesis chapter, it says on the fourth day, God created the fruit vegetation of the field, whatever, fruit trees, what have you. And then it says on the next day, he created the sun and the moon. So whoever wrote that didn't understand simple science. Because if you understand photosynthesis, you would know that how do you get these fruit trees growing before you have a sun and moon? So whoever wrote it did not understand the concept. The other one that talks about the firmament, whoever wrote the Bible thought that above us, above the clouds or what have you, is all a body of water. And that's why you have all these people on TikTok saying, oh, they can't go into space. And they even have videos of people um, trying to break into space, and all of a sudden they hit a body of water, or that's the way they're trying to spin it. And it's all because the Bible teaches that there's a water above the firmament. Another one that talks about in the Bible, you could get a person that could use a scripture to say, oh yeah, the Bible, the world is round, the earth is round. But then you could also find scriptures that talk about how the earth is flat. It talks about the four corners of the earth. And there's a multitude of scriptures. I could pull them up if I had time or if I had prepared for this. So these concepts that people are using in 2024 are based on what they're reading in the Bible, and because in their minds the Bible can't lie. So that's why we're running into these bizarre concepts that scientists have already proven. Like even in the Gospels, where it talks about individuals foaming at the mouth and all these different diseases, what have you. And then science comes along and show, hey, there's a real medical condition that caused this. It wasn't some demon. So it's a big problem when you're still trying to hold on to invisible things. And if you could find a man that could walk on water today, then you would have a strong argument for what you're reading in the Gospels. Or if you could, we all have cell phones, right? So if you could catch one person being raised from the dead by that good old pastor at the church on Sunday, that God's talking to him every day, but you don't see him on a video raising the dead. And even with the devil, the horrendous things that Hitler did, they want to put it on the devil, but usually all of these acts that are put on the devil can be attributed to the thoughts of man. If you really think about it, how come we don't see the devil pushing over a big building down in New York City? We all have cell phones, or throwing a tree in the air is always attributed to a mass shooting. A guy like R. Kelly go do something crazy. Oh, the devil made him do it. So we like to use these terms, but they don't work in real life. I was a part of a big court case here in New York as a witness pertaining to a big matter, and they made me swear on the Bible. So I went in and I had to swear on the Bible. So what are you doing when you tell me to swear on the Bible? You're trying to set the tone in the room that I'm going to be honest, right? because I believe in God. On the flip side of that, you should, if you're gonna introduce the Bible, you also have to accept the devil. So if I went out and I killed 3 people, and I came and they hauled me into the courtroom and sit at the defendant's table, why can't I say the devil made me do it? They're gonna lock my butt up. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna say you're crazy because you believe in the devil. But yet you're making me swear on this Bible that's promoting the devil that you haven't seen with your real eyes. And then that's the thing I was talking to Blue about. We get into trouble when we leave things up to the imagination or to your perception. That's why, like with Jehovah's Witnesses, and my mother died because she didn't have a blood transfusion. But that one scripture that they found in the Bible that said you can't abstain from blood, the Mormons could look at it one way, Jehovah's Witnesses could look at it this way, and now with Jehovah's Witnesses, they're changing their rules on everything, even considering different aspects of blood. So you mean to tell me now they could come out potentially and say, hey, you can now have a blood transfusion? Yeah, but what about the 200,000 people that died because they didn't have a blood transfusion like my mother? So you're leaving all these weird concepts up to man and these religions that change every day, but they're having real effects on someone's life. Here's another example, and I'm just
I
using
would.
Jehovah's Witnesses as an example, and then I'll land my plane. My entire life as a Jehovah Witness, I was at the headquarters for 10 years. I thought I was doing a service for God. A man could not wear a beard. So if I had this facial hair, when I was at Bethel, the headquarters, I could not wear it. I could not wear this goatee. I even got counseled because when I first came in, I had this little hair under my lip and they made me cut it off. Okay, so now it's okay to wear a beard. Where did that come from? Did God update the Bible in the last year? Now a woman can wear a pair of pants to the Kingdom Hall. She couldn't do that all the time as being a Jehovah Witness. Was there some mysterious update from the heavens to update the Bible on Google Bible? No. There's just men sitting around a table saying, we're losing members. We need to bring in more people. Let's get rid of some of these weird concepts. And that's
And you know
all.
what? Honestly, Mel, I think that's the same thing that was happening back in the Book of Enoch, back in the Council of Nicene, back in the Pope, blah 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 blah, back in
Preach.
BCE. Same thing that's happening with
Preach.
new churches are the same thing that was happening back then. That's why you have all these different versions of the Bible. You got the 88 version of the da 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 da, the Geezy and the guys and all the Hamalek and Hamelech and all these different versions of this Bible that people just keep changing. You know what I'm saying? And I want to just show this video real quick just to show you like how crazy it can really get. You know what I'm saying? Let me just show it. And I'm gonna let Blue wanted to address some stuff, what you just said. But I just want to show y'all this just to show you how ridiculous it could be. You know what I'm saying? Hold on.
Amen.
When a man reaches the edge, after he goes as far as any man can possibly go, how does his son continue? What's your wild rap?
Right. So one of the things that I would state, right? So like there's just like we was dealing with the calamity issue, right? So I would say even so let's just take that verse out of it, right? Let's say because like you said, they try to weasel around and argue around that point.
Right.
Other places that you could go to prove where he, because the point of it is to prove that God plays both sides. The God of the Bible, let me say that, the God of the Bible plays both sides of the fence. So one of the places that you can go is Job, right? Remember, Satan was never paying any attention to Job. God brought Satan and told him, hey, go fuck with Job. Satan, that wasn't Satan's idea. He said, no, go mess with him. I bet if you mess with him, he won't do this and that. So people be like, Satan was testing. No, God was testing Job. God is the one who sent Satan to go do all of that stuff. Even if we going back into the Exodus story, remember it's God that is hardening Pharaoh's heart. Every time that they did something, and remember before they even went in, he said, I'm going to bring you amongst Pharaoh and I will harden his heart.
Right.
So even so God is sending them to go ask Pharaoh to let the Israelites go while he is simultaneously hardening Pharaoh's heart to where he ain't gonna let them go. And
Sounds
so
like a
the
trap.
whole time, right? So how is he? Like so if God Himself is the one that's making you not let them go, how in the world you gonna let the Israelites go? That was never the intention in the first place.
He
Was for
sounds like a
Moses
Jehovah
there.
Witness.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So we can see God is the one that's actually changing the Pharaoh's heart and making him do something that they deemed as evil. So you can kind of see where you can show where he's playing both sides of the fence. He's playing good and he's playing the evil side.
You said that he sounds like a Jehovah Witness with what he just said.
Yeah, setting. No, I'm saying God sounds like one the way he's setting them up for failure.
Right, right. So you can see him doing that multiple times. So then like another place though where I would when you talked about the trees being grown and certain vegetation being grown before the sun and the moon, right? Now what
Right.
I would challenge you, you don't see sun and moon in that text. You ever notice that?
No, you see greater and lesser luminary. You want to look that up in the blue
Exactly.
book?
One for the light of the day and one the light of the night, right? Now
Right.
we assume that was talking about the sun and the moon. But this is why I be saying that we gotta recognize this is a birth of a nation. The two greater lights, right? These is talking about the two priesthoods, right? I mean, not the two priesthoods. This is talking about the priestly line and the Davidic line or the kingly line, right? So you have the Levitical priests. Remember the Levitical priests, the temple is open all night. They do, and remember what the Lord said, they do most of their work at night.
Right.
Most of their work is done at night. So while we rest in, the Levitical priest is up working. This is why you bring them your tithes, is because their work is the temple work. Now the king, the one who sits on the throne, what does he rule? He rules the day, right? He's the one who's in charge of most of the affairs that occur. You know what I mean? During that time. Now the priest is the one who solves the issue, but a lot of the problems is brought forth to the king. So the two, when they a lot of the times you'll keep hearing two of the less, the greater light and the lesser light. That's in reference to the Levitical and the Davidic lineage. Same thing when you get into Zechariah. When remember, the Zechariah refers to the two olive branches, right? The two olive trees. That one olive tree is the Levitical priesthood. The other one is the Davidic, is the one that sits on the throne, the the kinglyhood, right? Or the kingship. So both of these, the reason why it uses the two olive trees as an example is because the olives represent what? The anointing, right? You have to use olive oil to anoint. That's how they anointed the altar. That's how they anointed the things that went inside of the temple, the symbols, all of these things get anointed with olive oil. So the two anointed lineages is the Levitical and the Judean priesthood, right? Or I keep saying priesthood, but the Judeo kingship and then the Levitical priesthood. Those are your two that they constantly deal with. Same thing when we get into who are the two witnesses, right? Who are the two witnesses? Same thing. The Judean Judah and Levitical priests. It still operates the same way. There's always a king and the priest working operating together. So with a lot of times we're looking at it, that this is why I say that the Bible is not a creation story. The Genesis, the word creation isn't even in there. It's in the English. But when you go into that word, it doesn't mean Genesis. Remember, he doesn't create Adam and Eve. He brings them up, right? He brought them up from a lower state. They already existed. That's what it means when he say he pulled them from the ground. No, they were at a low state and he's bringing them up. That's why the term that is even used, upright man. Now they are upright, able to stand. So like this is the significance of the story. So it's not as the problem is that
And
religion,
ain't that what your mama do? Bring you up and let you walk, help you.
right?
You know what I'm saying?
Because Adam and Eve is chosen no different from Abraham. The same way that he took Abraham from his family, he brought Abraham up out of his family. Same thing applies with Adam and Eve. So when you get into the book of Genesis, a lot of people think that's a creation story or a beginning story. That story is them coming out of a flood, right? They're coming already out of a flood. This is why the earth is constantly being reformed and reshaped in different and things like that. So when because remember, one a lot of things people don't know this, but the book of Job is actually the oldest book in the Bible. The book of Job is actually before Genesis. It's put after, but the story and how of what is going on is actually before Genesis. So that's even a what I mean, an even crazier part. But yeah,
So
there's not a creation going on, and the word creation isn't used there. They put that word there, but it's formed and shaped and molded. That means that something already existed and it's just being adjusted to the way that you like it. That's why he refers to himself as the not the what was he? Not the carpenter. Oh my God, I can't think of it. I can't think of what he refers to himself as. But it's a skill that shapes and molds things, not something that creates.
Potter.
Right, the Potter, right? And what
Yeah,
did TDJ's name is church, the
that's where
Potter
TD
House.
Jakes got it from. Yeah,
Right, the
I'm
Potter.
with you. No problem.
hmm So he's shaping these things already exist, and he's shaping and molding them the same way. That's why the same language is constantly used every time. For Adam and Eve, the same language is used for Moses. The same language is used for Noah. All of this is about bringing them out of what they were already in and shaping and molding them for whatever will that He had for them.
Well,
Now, I just want to tell you real quick. I think your argument about the sun and the moon, if you got into a house full of debaters and Christians and pastors and everything else, deacons and whatever, they're gonna give you a hard time with that sun and moon. I mean, I
Oh,
get what you're
definitely.
saying, and you're trying to spin it. I mean, it's almost like a spin, but you it would have to be airtight because the general consensus throughout the world is that that's the sun and the moon.
Right.
Now they
But
won't tell you how the Neanderthals and the dinosaurs fit into the creative day, But they will tell you that the greater and the lesser luminary are going to be the sun and the moon, especially with the descriptions of the lights. So,
Right. And that if you can, Genesis, why I know Afro Asiatic want to say something. If you can you pull up that verse, the Genesis chapter 2?
chapter
Sure,
two,
sure. I'll
yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead, Asiatic. I'll be pulling it up while you talk.
Then says, I'm going to pay you for your hard work you're doing tonight. So it's not in vain. I know we're working your overtime tonight, but I'm covering you tonight because we're going to have a few more scriptures to look up too. Blue, how long you in this for?
Man, I got time. I got
I
time
got time
today.
too, so let's rock and roll.
We can rock.
That's an interesting peace to the brother I didn't speak to. Peace to you, brother.
Peace, peace,
Yeah.
peace.
That's an interesting scripture you pulling Blue, Genesis chapter 2, bro. I just don't like to allow the European to escape, the mischief that they have made, in the context of the conversation. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they have made plenty of mischief with the Torah, being that they had their hands on it, for quite some time now. And it's hard for us, to really get to what uh those language speakers what they intended. It's very difficult for us to get to it when we look at scriptures nowadays. One, because it's been converted into English, and they made mischief with the English by switching certain words around, and for our lack of knowledge of the Hebrew language. And that's understood. Everyone, is not going to be an enthusiast, for the study of the language, itself. But the study of
Mm-hmm. Right.
the
Right.
language, it
And
definitely
so,
gives us a
matter of
different
fact,
perspective. Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
bro.
DJ. Take it back. I think one more verse. I mean, one more chapter. Take it back to one. Let's take it back to one because I think that's where you actually get the go all the way down to the bottom and just press back. You should see it. Not that far. It should be somewhere where it say like chapter, next chapter, or something like that. Oh shit, it's not there. It look different on the computer. Let me see. How could
He was looking for Genesis 2, Blue.
maybe? Okay, yeah, that. Okay, perfect. Oh no, that ain't it. Oh yeah, yeah. There we go. There we go. So in the beginning, God created. Now type on that tool right there, real quick. The for yeah. Type on the tool for for verse 1. Boom. It should just be should just double click it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, now let's go to the word created. 124. You see that H124? Click on that. Let's start there. Bara, right? Now, now look at what it means. Now it says to create, right? But it says to shape, form, to shape, fashion, create, always with God as subject of heaven and earth. So it's really a shaping and a forming. Because remember, the everything was void. It didn't say it didn't exist. It said it was void, right? And without structure. So this is talking about him adding structure to it. So now let's back out and let's go back to the original verse. I just want to make sure we get a clear understanding of that word create first. All right, so
Yeah.
now
Yep.
let's see. One more back out. Yep, there we go. All right. So now, and God said, let there be light, right? And there was light. Mm-hmm. H216. Aura, right? Light. Now, what they gonna say? What would it say? Light of day, light of heavenly luminaries, moon, sun, stars, daybreak, daylight, daylight. Right? But when you go to Aura, hold up, go right there. You see where it says Aura comes from H215? Go to that right there. Click that one. Boom. This is the root of it, right? Aura, shine, enlighten. You see that word? Enlighten. Now watch, let's keep going. It's also, you see how it's used for the word also enlighten and the shine? Because remember, even today, right? Light means information. That's what light equals, information. So to give light, right? Or to illuminate, to light up, to
But
lighten,
isn't
watch,
God
of the
supposed to be?
eyes, to make shine of the face. All of it. These are the different ways that it's used. Primitive root
Isn't
word, da da da
isn't
da.
God supposed to be a light?
Metaphorically, break of day, glorious, kindle, set on fire, shine. So it brought light to the universe. But let's keep going, because in this instance, we gonna know which light is talking about. Watch this. Keep going.
But I will say, isn't God supposed
My
to be
fault.
a light?
Back to the original.
Isn't God supposed to be a light too? Like, isn't God supposed to be like this illuminary being or whatever? I don't know. Never mind.
Yep.
So yeah, go. You can go ahead. Go back to the regular verse. All right. So now it said, "And God saw the light." So now there was light, and God saw the light, and that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness, right? And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. Let's keep going real quick. And God said, "Let there be firmament of the waters," right? Boom. Okay,
Right.
cool. Hold up. Let me see. Scroll a little bit. Make sure I'm getting all of this. Called the firmament, heaven, and the evening. Dry land gathering the waters of the seas. Go ahead, keep going. I want to make sure there ain't nothing else to deal with this light on this chapter, because I think it's the second chapter after this. But keep going. Da 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 da. In the morning and the third day, and the firmament was divided from night and day, and let them be signs. Okay, and God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens." Now notice, he just already created what they just told us was the day and night, right? Which was the sun and the moon. That's what he already told us. So right here, Genesis 1 and 14, what is being created right here? And it says, "And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the stars to divide the day and the night, and let them be for signs and seasoning for the days and the years." So at this point, we would say the stars, right? But let's keep going. "And let them be the lights for the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And now watch this. "And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser night light to rule the night." And then look what it says. He also made the stars also. You see what's going on? So one instance, he's already created the light, the sun and the moon. Then we get down here, it's saying that he created the sun and the moon and the stars in order to divide the light and the night and the day. So one was dividing the darkness and the light, and this one is to divide the light and the day. Y'all see the difference?
Yes.
I'm not sure if y'all can hear me. I can't hear nobody.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah, you
Yes,
can hear
yes.
me, bro.
You can't hear us.
You hear me, bro?
Anybody
You hear me, bro?
speaking?
Yeah.
Your
Oh.
headphones ain't working, child,
Let
because
me
we
see.
talking.
Oh, he can't hit.
Is my screen yard messing up?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Mic
can hear
check.
you.
Anybody around?
Oh, Blue can't hear
Y'all
us.
can hear me?
Let me tell
Y'all can't hear me?
We can hear you, but you can't hear us. But that doesn't make it does sound like a bunch of jumble mumbo. If you when you think about it, it sounds like mumbo jumbo. It's like you had the sun and the moon at first, then you made the stars, then you made the sun and moon, and then you made the stars again, and then you made another star. It's like what? And
Yeah,
until
Oh
you
yeah.
read it like and break it down, you know because a lot of times people go to church and it's a pastor reading this to them,
yeah, yeah. That's
Right.
the issue.
and they
If,
probably
if
cut it off at like where before it starts sounding like a bunch of mumbo jump. Like what? Like what?
And
So he made the light.
also, if you go to Genesis chapter 1 verses, yeah, chapter 1 and chapter 2, you'll see the conflict or the contradiction between those whole two chapters
Right.
about what was created first. I mean, that's just
But
so
but
much
do,
of it.
do you
that's
do you see though the difference though? You see, one is created to divide the darkness and the light, and the other one is created. So you see, the first two lights are created to divide the darkness and the light. Well, then when you get later on down, there's another two. Well, actually, there's three lights now created, but the two lights are created to divide the. Once again, this one is to divide the day and the night. You see
it's
the
the
difference?
Genesis 2 gives us significant information.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Go to yeah.
when we
Let's
go to
go to two.
Genesis 2 talks about the place where these things were supposed to take place. It says the word it uses is Tiamat. Uh
Mm.
Tiamat is ironically Tiamat is Arabic in the Torah. You know, so that's interesting to point out that the word Tihama is is basically a proto what we would call a proto Afro-Asiatic word, meaning that it's very
Mm-hmm.
old Afro-Asiatic language. The ti we find in Kemet when the Cometians always put ti at the end of their words as a form of feminine land ownership, so it's very old. And we see the hama is a reference to blackness, or what we would call ham,
Right.
what many would call ham. So the beginning there is actually a dark beginning, or a beginning that's in blackness or darkness, according to
Right.
the text, you know, in the language. But we're not going to get that in church, though. You know, we're definitely not going to get that in church. You know, we would have to put the language under a microscope, you know, to understand what it's saying there.
So here, so here,
Right.
so here we have two. Where do we go into two? Where there's a a thing at right here, a contradiction or like a
Okay. Start scrolling. I think after I think we'll scroll a little bit down. Let me see. And every
Check
planet
out the
on the
creative
earth.
day from in chapter 1. You start with the creative day, and you'll see what came first, man or animals. And then read chapter 2, you'll see a conflict.
Yeah, the
okay.
so-called void, the void is Tiamat. That's what the so-called word for void is. It's actually Tihama.
And what does that mean?
It's supposed to mean waters or dark,
Mm,
dark water, blackness.
right.
That's what it's supposed to
Right. The
mean.
immortal. Nah, not the immortal water. What do they call
Primordial,
that?
primordial
Yeah, the
waters.
primordial waters. Right. The
Yes, sir.
primordial water.
Because if you
Correct.
really think about this, not to go far left, in these creative days, you don't find much of what we found through science, like the all the different Neanderthals, dinosaurs, and all these other um, beings. The only thing that people will stand on is what you guys touched on earlier with the large people or the Nephilim, but
Right.
someone has some explaining to do as to why in the Bible, creative days, we're not seeing the dinosaurs
Right.
It,
Why? And the Lord had
or the
dinosaurs.
different
The Lord,
forms of human.
made
So
giants
Go
and
ahead.
the Lord did this and that and whatever.
so,
Because
so remember one of the when this picks up with Adam and
oh,
Eve,
man,
this is
listen, man, let me tell you something. You got I don't know what you're speaking on, but it got your voice going deep and high and deep and low, and it's crazy. Are you on like your headphones or what are you using?
You talking to me?
Blue.
Oh, what is that?
Blue, you're whatever you're talking into, it
this
got the
this sound better?
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
cool.
it was getting
So
it sounded creepy. I ain't gonna lie. Go ahead.
and this is why I gotta say, so we gotta remember this is strictly dealing with the birth of a nation, and this is the nation, and this is dealing with the Jewish state or Israel. So when it's going back to the creation of Adam and Eve, remember that's only 10,000 BCE or 6,000 years ago. So civilizations have been going on uh since then, before then. So when they come in, they're in the middle of a civilization. The Garden of Eden is supposed to be their protection from other people who already have existed. So the Garden of Eden is supposed to act as like almost like their shield from the outside world almost. As opposed to it being the world. This isn't the world. This is their world. This is their creation story and how they come into existence. So when you looking for stories about the Neanderthals and stuff like this comes before you get to Adam and Eve, right? Well, actually, if you would, this would be them coming out of that state. This is why the story says that now they begin to walk. They begin to walk upright, right? Creating an upright man, because at this point, this is them becoming from an animalistic state to more of a human nature.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, so is that in
Hmm.
Genesis 2:7? Is that where we
W-
get into that? That upright man?
Right, right. Go ahead, though. What's your question?
Okay, because Adam had a first wife, correct?
Yeah, Lilith.
Okay, and she's not mentioned in Genesis, but she's mentioned in other books, correct?
In the Talmud. Yeah,
Okay, and also when Cain killed his brother, and God sent him out to live amongst the people, right? People of what was it, Gad, I believe.
Nod,
right.
So are you
nod,
saying, or was
land of
it
Nod,
what was the name of the town?
Nod.
Nod, yeah, it's Nod. I always say Gad.
Yeah, not
So the land of Nod. So are you saying that these people were pre-existing?
correct. So and when you go into Ezekiel, is it Ezekiel 37? I think it is. Is that what that is? Afro Ezekiel 37 or 38? I think it talk
Oh,
that breaks down the Garden of Eden.
oh, I'm not sure on that one, Blue.
Hold on, let me find that real quick. Yeah, when you go into Ezekiel, he gonna tell you exactly what everything meant in there.
So all right, so I'm gonna share that. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I definitely believe in pre-Adamites too. It definitely, well, even according to the text, it would have had to been people there already, like the brothers are saying.
The handle of the Lord
Okay,
was
here it go. 28. Yeah,
Where are you
Ezekiel
28.
at?
28. Mm-hmm.
28 what?
Uh, you start at 13. Let's see a little bit up, and it says, "Thou hast been in the garden in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was thy covering.
thy saddle. You see what he talking about? The cover. Remember, I told y'all what nakedness was, right? This was just you being vulnerable. But watch this. Every stone was thy covering: the sardius, the topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, the jasper. Y'all can see that, right? The workmanship of the tablets and the pipes was prepared for thee. But thou art anointed sure to cover up, and now thou was upon the holy mountain of God. You had walked up and down the midst of the stones of fire. You was perfect in your ways from the day that you was created till iniquity was found in you. By the multitude of thy merchandise, you were filled with the midst of thee violence, and and you have sinned. Therefore, I will cast out the profane out of the mountain of God, and I will destroy thee, O covering Shurip, from the midst of the stone of fire. Keep going. Let's see. Go up a little bit further.
Go up or down?
I mean, my fault. Keep going down. My fault. Keep going down. I wanna get to a key part where he talks about the trees. More picking Israel. Okay, go back up. Go back up. Oh, was that it? Yeah, go back up. Nah. Go back up all the way. Go back to the first verse real quick. Let me see what's going on. I'm a little bit. Okay. Send a man unto the prince of Tyre because thy heart is lifted. Da da da. Y'all. Okay. By thy great wisdom, traffic increase. Let's see. Diet assurance shall be.
Terrible. Like death and circumcised, straight arrived, spoken and said the Lord of God. That shit sounds all over the world, Lord God. Son of man, take up the lamentation upon the king of Tyrus and say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, thou seest that the sun full of wisdom and perfectly in beauty.
Yeah, that's that Shakespeare language.
In the garden of God, every precious stone I was like covering the sardius, topaz, the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, the jasper, the sapphire, emerald, and the carbon gold and gold workmanship.
Yeah, and let me see. That ain't the actual. That's actually not the verse. Let me see. That's not the verse.
By the multitude of my merchandise, they have filled the midst of thee with violence and
Okay, go to 30. Go to 31. My fault. Go to Ezekiel 31. But you see the garden once again. though that is the same garden that's talked about. But now we're gonna go a little bit more in depth into it in 31.
If you read it in like an English like way, it'll sound really frightening.
Yeah, that old Shakespeare shit is for real. Boom. Okay.
In the third month
Okay, here it is. Verse 3, right? Says, behold, the Assyrian was a cedar in the Lebanon with fair branches and with a shadowing shroud of the high stature, and his top was among the thick of the boughs. Keep going. The waters made him great. Now, this is we're in the garden right now. It says the waters made him great. The deep set him upon the high of the rivers, running around his plants and sent them out into the rivers of the field. All right. Therefore, his height was exalted above the trees of the field. Right. And now these trees, all like I said, these all talking about people. And his bows were multiplied. Because remember, this is the description of a tree, but it's saying his bows. Right. All of the fowls of heaven made their nest in his boughs, and under his branches did the beast of the field bring forth their young, and under his shadows dwelt all great nations. Keep going. Thus was he fair in his greatness in the length of his branches. His root was by great waters. The cedars in the garden of God could not hide him. Notice that? Who was trying to hide in the garden? So notice the cedars in the garden of God could not hide him. Why? The fir trees were not like his boughs. He didn't look like the other trees. Keep going. The chestnut trees were not like his branches. He didn't look like the chestnut trees, meaning he didn't look like any other people who was around, nor any tree in the garden of God was like unto him in his beauty. I have made him fair by the multitude of his branches, so that all the trees of Eden, this is just in case we don't think we in the garden of God, all the trees of Eden that were in the garden of God envied him. Notice that. So when you talking about trees can't envy trees, right? Trees can't envy trees. Trees can't rise in stature and power.
Talking
So
about people.
this is talking about people.
Yes, sir.
So that's why you can see it even continues on. And his branches, so that all of the trees in the Eden of God envy him, and their eyes was, and it says that the Lord, because thou hast lifted up thyself in height, and has shot up his top among the thick boughs, and his heart is lifted up in his height. I have therefore delivered him into the hands of the mighty one, of the heathen. Who is the heathen? The other people around him, right? A heathen is anybody who is not blood related to the Israelites or the Jews. So he shall surely deal with him. I have driven him out for his wickedness. Right? So this is telling you that he was building up a nation. But this dude is listening to the other trees or the other nations. So he left them amongst them. Okay, well, fend for yourself amongst the other ones. And it says the strangers, the terrible of the nations, have cut him off. See how now it switches from talking about trees. Now it tells you that those it was strangers, and that those are terrible nations that had cut him off and have left him upon the mountains and all the valleys. His branches are fallen. The branches are fallen. Remember, this is a family tree, right? No different. So the branches and the leaves, this is all just referencing the people who came from his lineage. They had fallen, and the bows had broken by the rivers, and all of the people of the earth are gone down from his shadow and have left him. So even when this reference right here, where it says, upon the ruins of the fowls of the heaven remain, and all the beasts of the field, that beast of the field, once again, is talking about people, right? Shall be upon his branches. So, and so the point of this, though, is just to show that there were people. There were already people who existed when they was in that garden. The story is just told from a different angle. But when you get it from Ezekiel, you can see there was already shit going. There was plenty of stuff going on. It's just strictly dealing with their birth, their nativity, how they get here. Right. Heathen means other nation.
So, what's your thought about that, Mill?
So, Blue, question:
Mm-hmm.
where do you see the serpent at in all this? Because some are saying that the serpent is the devil.
No,
But
the
you
devil
you
is a
tend
New
you tend to
Testament
take a
concept.
different you
Mm-hmm.
tend to take a different approach. So I want to get your understanding.
Yeah, that serpent would have been a representation of a people who brought them knowledge at that time, right? So whatever knowledge, what they said it was the knowledge of good and evil. That was basically that serpent was what brought them from being animals to a human. You know
Well,
what I
I
mean?
would say
Because
that also the Egyptians, if you look at the top of their things, they also always had serpents on top of their things.
right, they had the serpent. When you go into West Africa, we have the serpent.
So
The serpent is high regard.
what does it mean in Genesis when it says he will bruise you in the head and you will bruise him in the heel?
Um, Talking about the bruising of the head and the heel, uh I think that's the once that I think that goes back into the birth of a nation, but I think that goes into Jacob and Esau,
Yes,
the
it
birth of
does.
Jacob and Esau.
That's exactly where it goes
Yeah, because
because
you do see that take place then.
yeah,
Hmm.
that's
Go ahead.
when Jacob is born. When Esau is born, Jacob comes out holding on to his heel. You're exactly right, Blue. And it's important. It's excellent that you use the scripture to interpret the scripture and point out how trees really was representing nations. In that case, but it does that heel. goes back to the head. The head and the heel thing goes back to Jacob. You know, that's exactly where it goes, and it's important to put those two scriptures together.
Right, because remember when they gave birth, remember Jacob came out, uh who come, it was
Esau comes
Esau,
out
yeah,
first, and Jacob is holding on to his heel.
to the
Yep.
hill. Right, right. Jacob is holding on to the hill.
Hmm. Yeah, Jacob got a messed up character in the text, you know, and a lot of brothers that are, you know, Hebrew Israelites, you know, they don't want to deal with that. You know that Jacob's character is
Right.
horrible, and
But yeah, he stole the birthright though of Esau.
he
He
swindled
literally
So
he
stole
swindled
this
the
shit.
hell out of Esau. He swindled
so
the hell out, and he tricked his father. He tricked his father too.
Yeah.
right. So I'm kind of getting that you, for the most part, you don't take the Bible in a literal sense per se, like most of the churchgoers or what have you. Are there any parts of the Bible that you do take seriously? I mean, as though it's an actual account.
Um. So
Like, do you believe Jonah was in the belly of the fish, or
no,
Jesus
no, no,
walked
no,
on
no,
water? Any of
no.
this type of stuff? Do you even acknowledge the Greek scriptures in the Gospels?
I think that they're I think that's part of the reason why people misunderstand the Old Testament. So like that's just like with what we were just reading, it would be, it's hard for you to believe that with the New Testament because of how the New Testament depicts the story. So it's telling you that all people come from Adam and Eve. But when you go there, you see that that's not the case. So um d- uh, how can I say this? I don't. So of course, as a whole, I don't believe it as a historical book at all. Right? I don't think um, the stuff that happened was actual history. That's just in my personal opinion. But um, just if I when I was a Bible believer and as somebody who believed in the Torah, I still, even at that time, I didn't believe that the characters of the Bible were real. I didn't even think that that was relevant towards the overall, and I still don't. I don't think it's really relevant towards the overall point of the Bible and
Right.
what, like, so when I look at Christ, even though no, I think it's a disconnection between the New Testament and the Old Testament. I do believe that I use the New Testament though to teach the divinity of man using the story of Jesus, because I do see that part, right? To me, when
So,
I
do
look
you
at it
even think Jesus existed?
as a regular human, no, 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 not at all.
Okay, so
Uh,
you think it was totally fabricated, the whole story,
yeah,
everything.
yeah, when they, even from him now, so when I look at the walking on water story, I believe that's just a story to tell you about the power that you have and you possess, right? Because remember when he walks on the water, he tells Peter to come right behind him, and Peter is walking on water too, right? And it's not until Peter doubts his own divinity and the power that he had that he almost drowned, right? So to me, when I look at Christ, the Christ is the example of believing in your in the connection and power that you actually have to God so much that you never doubt what you can do. You know what you can do. So that's why you see Jesus raising the dead and he don't ask for permission, right? When you go to the Old Testament, Ezekiel raised the dead, or not Ezekiel, Elijah raised the dead, but it's
Right.
different how it's done. Elijah did it, but he asked the Father to do it. When you go to Jesus, he commanded him to do it because Jesus understood the power that the Father already gave you the power, and that power was not only in the tongue, but also in the mind. You know what I mean? And so that's why, you know, that's how I kind of view that story, as opposed to him dying for your sins. Like that, to me, that's biblically, that doesn't line up with Torah, because if we go into the story of Jesus, he breaks Torah.
Right.
The introduction of how he introduces his blood and flesh into the Passover, that's a direct violation of the Torah, right? because there's already a meaning for the unleavened bread, just like there's already a meaning for the wine. And when Jesus comes in the New Testament and says that no, the bread means this and the wine means that, he's breaking the law.
And here's another. I have a question. So, who wrote the New Testament? Who wrote that? Matthew.
No, Josephus. I believe that the New Testament was written first from what I've looked at. They wrote the New Testament and then they came back and wrote the Old Testament. So the Bible that we have today is they claim is based off of the Septuagint from 200 AD. I mean BCE. But they don't have that Septuagint. We don't have anything that traces back to it. The Bible that we have is actually based off of Origen's Septuagint. And Origen wrote the Bible. The way that he viewed it, he wrote the Old Testament to line up perfectly with the New Testament because he wanted it to make it seem like Paul and Jesus quoted from the Septuagint. He was trying to give validity to the Greek. But when you do that, now we can see that y'all adding and doing some funny business. So that's why so many places you'll see Jesus misquote the Old Testament. And it's a lot of misquotes because that's just like when he first walks in and he talks about thou has proclaimed the liberty to preach the gospel to the what is it, to the weak and this and that. He cuts that verse off because he can't fulfill that verse. So he cuts it off halfway. There's a full verse to that, and that goes into what it would have made him look bad because it would have actually been talking about what he's supposed to be doing once he meets up with these Romans, which he didn't do. And and I'll give you a better example. What the New Testament does when you deal with salvation in the Old Testament, it's physical. It's a literal thing that happens. These people are literally in somebody else's land being ruled by somebody else. And when they get salvation, it's when God puts them into their own land and they begin to rule themselves. So that same thing always applies. But when you get to the New Testament, it turns into a spiritual salvation. No, he's not going to literally deliver you from the hands of your enemies. They change who your enemies are and they create this invisible boogeyman called death as if it's something that you can avoid, right? And you can't, you just can't.
I mean, any questions?
Yeah, I just want to add on to what you were saying. I think in the book of Mark, when Jesus is talking about the showbread and he talks about what happens, I think in Second Samuel, and he says in the days of Abiathar, the
David,
high priest, and actually he wasn't the high priest, and so that's an example that's often used. So either Mark got it wrong, a scribe, or either Jesus made a mistake, and so that's a question that a lot of people get hung up on. But one of the bigger ones that I like to use for people is I think it's let's see, I think it's Mark and no Matthew and Luke. They contradict the birth of Jesus. So I'll give you an example. Um, Everybody is pretty much familiar with Herod the Great, and if you go back in history, you'll see, and you pull it up. It's thought that he died in 4 BCE, and he had put out a decree to kill the young boys under 2, according to what's written in Matthew. And so, if Herod the Great died in 4 BCE, we have to believe that in his attempt to kill Jesus, that Jesus must have been born prior to 4 BCE. But then when you go to the book of Luke, and they had I think it's around verse chapter 2, maybe verse 6, 7. Mary and Joseph were participating in the census, and they had a new governor, Cyrenius, who was installed. and we know he was installed in 6 AD or 6 CE. And that scripture in Luke chapter 2 says that Mary was great with child. So Luke is saying that Mary is pregnant around 6 AD, and Matthew is saying that Jesus was born prior to the death of Herod the Great, which was back prior to 4 BCE. So we have almost a 10-year gap of when they're saying that Jesus was born. So it's instances like that when I often bring up to religious people that they can't even wrap their head around because usually they haven't heard about it because most pastors or religious leaders are not going to point out those type of cases in the Bible that show that there's some discrepancies. So that's one point, and I think you mentioned a few too. So I'm just building on to what you were saying.
Yeah, you could go into even like we could go into the book of what they call, well, I mean, where they call Christ Emmanuel, right? And they say he is God like us. But when you actually go into that chapter in Isaiah, they misquote that chapter also because that verse is actually talking about Isaiah's daughter, I mean son. It's talking about a child that Isaiah gave birth to, right? Because it says what it say, a child shall be born unto a virgin,
Right.
and they make that mistake of thinking that that means that a child is born to a woman that hadn't had any intercourse, but virgin only meant young, a young maiden, right? And
Right.
or somebody who a younger woman. And when you look at it, that next verse, and it tells you how you know that Emmanuel is born. It says because the child would be basically drinking milk and honey from his inception, right? Basically, was saying that the land would be would be so much plentiful, and the point of that prophecy. Remember that prophecy of Emmanuel is a prophecy directed directly to Ahaz, right? Ahaz is waiting. God tells Ahaz to give me to ask me. He said, "Ask me for a sign, and I'll give it to you." And Ahaz says, "I don't. I won't test my God. Why would I test the Lord?" And he says, "No, I'm telling you, ask me for a sign." And then Ahaz wouldn't do it. He said, "I'm gonna give you a sign." And he said, and that's when they gave the sign was Emmanuel, that a child would be born unto a virgin. But the stipulations was that at this time Israel and Judah had split up, and Israel was taking sides with I think the Assyrians, I believe. And so they were getting ready to take Jerusalem because remember Israel wanted to take Jerusalem from the Jews for themselves. When they go in to take Jerusalem, they were when they getting ready to do that, God signed that they weren't going to lose Jerusalem to Israel and to the Assyrian. Was the birth of Emmanuel, right? God with us, or AKA Isaiah's son. So they use Emmanuel as if it's a name, but it's really a phrase that said it was to let them know that God was with us, not that his name was God with us.
Right. Very good. Also, I think in the
Mhm.
case of Judas Iscariot, I think in Luke it says that he hung himself after he betrayed the Christ, right? And then in the book of Acts it says that he bought a field and he went out and he fell on the sword. So there's a lot of discrepancies that we find in the Bible. But again, most believers, when you bring up those points of interest, they'll find some way of trying to do mental gymnastics to get away from it.
Have you had a chance to look into what prophecies did Jesus fulfill yet?
Yeah, I've looked into various. I would have to brushing up on it because I'm not as astute as I used to be.
Whenever you, one of the things that you want to go through with, because I do it in steps. I always feel like I first have to go into the New Testament and be a New Testament and give them a different understanding of that first. But one of the steps I always believe in is now I have to show them where the New Testament disconnects from the Torah, right? And what's the problem between, because a lot of times people say the law was done away with, and all of these different excuses for why they don't have to follow the Torah or the Old Testament. But when you look through the actual prophecies that are given, and you just actually go back to the prophecy and read them, you'll see all of those. None of those prophecies applied to the time period of Christ at all. And that's where they come with the dual prophecy lie, right? Oh, this is a dual prophecy. But what you'll see, like even when it says, "Behold, our he will come riding on the donkey," right? Into Bethlehem. But when you go into that verse in Zechariah, it tells you that that same person on that donkey is getting ready to destroy the Greeks. So you kind of got a little bit of a problem when the guy that came in on the donkey didn't even raise a fist, but when in the Torah is telling you that, yeah, the person that comes in on the donkey, he's going to do all of these great things in war, and it doesn't just describe it like it gives details on how, who he's going to go at, how he's going to go at him, who is his enemies at this time period. And so you notice they constantly do this with the prophecies. They take them out of their actual context and they put them into the New Testament and apply Jesus to them. When he's not there. You know, you go searching through, you're just not gonna find him. I think and to be fair, the two toughest places you're gonna have trouble with is gonna be Isaiah 53 and Daniel 7. Outside of those two chapters, you're never gonna have any trouble showing that Jesus is not there. And the only reason why those two chapters is because of how they play it. But even then, if you know how to ask the question right, like I asked, when is the king ever prophesied to come for Israel and die first? Right? There is no
Right.
prophesied king that's gonna come and die. That's not prophetic, right? So the moment that you say the king is gonna die, you're not talking about nobody from prophecy. You making stuff up. That's not
Right.
there. The same thing when you get into the temple. Remember, under the king, the prophesied king, the temple is to be built. When you get into Jesus' time, he is inside of a temple that's already been built. And then after his time, the temple gets destroyed. That's not in the prophecy. You know what I mean? That's not prophesied. They making that up.
Well, I
But I see
want to
we got
like
some folks in there.
welcome Chaotic Truth to the panel. Thank you, Chaotic, for joining.
What's going
Uh,
on? How you
Hey,
doing?
how you doing? I love
Hey.
your background. I want to also give a shout out to Mel for his background. It looks beautiful. Man, y'all doing it big with these YouTube, like, these broadcast and layouts. Y'all look great, man. Keep it moving, keep it going. Right. All right. So, Chaotic Truth, you wanted to join in on the subject?
Yeah, I hate to be that guy, but I saw that you guys were live, and I just saw it like a few minutes ago. I was trying to like actually gauge the conversation and said open panel, but please forgive me for not being able to jump directly in. But you guys are speaking about the Bible right now.
Yeah, we initially started off like the subject was about the Book of Enoch, but it has kind of morphed into a just general discussion about the Bible. We
Mhm.
have Mel who is called the Watcher, and he
Right.
used to be a former Jehovah Witness. We have Investing Out the Blue, who is a
Mhm.
former Torah Hebrew Israelite,
Oh,
and they're
okay.
just both discussing like their understandings because I believe. Let me just say this: that between the Jehovah Witness and the Hebrew Israelites, you have some of the most astute when it comes down to the Bible scholarship. I would
Yeah,
say when it comes down to studying the Bible, because
yeah,
other like the Protestant, whatever, they just take what the preacher says. But
yeah,
studying wise, having these two guys here, they know they I mean, that's it's all about, what I'm saying, understanding, scholarship, this, that, the other. So I think it's a blessing to have these people here. And then now you come, and I'm sure you're going to be bringing something awesome to the conversation. So
yeah. Thank you. I actually went to high school with a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses, and they were some of the best and well behaved. what behaved students when I was in school. But and in terms of biblical knowledge, I will admit that the Jehovah's Witnesses are definitely the most studied that I've seen. Now, I could be incorrect, but they appear to be the most studied when it comes to the Abrahamic text. Now, I have a different take on the Bible, and my take is it's all interpretation. You know, I grew up in the Baptist church, and I used to get pretty much beat in church because I was that kid that was always asking questions. So there were times when I got beat across the head with a Martin Luther King fan. And I feel as though one of the things about particularly the Christian church is a lot of people don't know what the hell they are talking about. And they speak in such absolutes, right? When there's a possibility that a lot of the parables, a lot of the accounts about even Jesus could just be open for interpretation. So, for example, on my panel, I try to stay away from religious conversations, but when I do get into them, obviously, they get jumping. The panel gets rocking, and Jesus, when he fed 5,000 people, right, or when he fed 5,000 individuals with, I guess it was 2 fish. Now, when I was a kid growing up, I watched a lot of science fiction. So I raised my hand one day and said, "Well, what if Jesus was from the future and he had a replicator?" Pow! What if? I mean, think about it, right? Jesus may have been a time traveler. He may have been from the distant future. He may have had knowledge about humanity and wanted to correct some sort of imperfection within humanity. I even believe to a degree that the New Testament could be the new program, almost like a computer program. If we look at the world if we look at our universe in terms of it being a simulation, and the Abrahamic God could just be a computer programmer. And I'm not saying that these things are true, but it's just one of many possibilities, right? Like, even for example, when Jesus walked on water, who's to say that he didn't walk on water? Maybe he had some sort of advanced technology, and I think these are these religious conversations get a little bit crazy. No, I'm not saying that this one did, because it certainly didn't, but I think that a lot of people, man, they're not open for the abstract look at the Bible or Christianity itself, or even Islam or any other religion, to be honest with you. It could be a lot of science involved in a lot of religious text. If we talk about the space-time continuum, it could be a lot of science, man. And not to overload the panel with me talking, but I even had a theory that who fell from heaven? Lucifer fell from heaven.
Yes.
Right. Right.
Who's to say that Lucifer and God were nothing more than a captain and a lieutenant on a ship, and there was some sort of mutiny that and maybe they crash landed here, and primitive man saw what was going on and wrote about it, and maybe they perceived that as some sort of good versus evil. Man, the thing is that I don't know, and the beauty, I think, of the Bible is it's all parables to a degree. The story of Jesus on the boat with the storm. I've always thought that maybe the story was about people and people arguing over idiocy and nonsensical things. And remember, in the story, they woke up Jesus and he calmed the storm. Maybe calming the storm was pretty much telling them, "Hey guys, what you guys are arguing about is stupid. You're interrupted my sleep, and what are you guys arguing about?" And I think that is, to me, I think that's what's so fascinating about the Bible, man. It's really a fascinating document. And again, man, I could go on and on about my theories and opinions about it, but I don't want to bombard the panel. So there you go. Yeah.
That's a nice spin on it. I never quite heard it put that way. That was a good
Yeah,
spin.
when you do a lot of mushrooms and DMT, man, and you kind of go somewhere. Yeah, you kind of go to different dimensions, man. So yeah, man.
No, I think
The problem,
now I get why you like, and don't get me wrong, the Bible is written on so many different levels that there
we
is
can't
different
hear you.
ways that you can view it. Oh, you can't hear me? Oh shit. Let me see. God damn. Hear
Yeah, we can't hear you. Say something.
Me now? Mic
Yeah,
check.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I would say that I think that I get why you could do that because it's written on so many different levels. The only thing I would say is that and not to say okay, so like if you viewing it from like an esoteric point, right? An esoteric point of view, there would still be kind of laws that you would kind of be kind of grounded by based off of how the story is written. Um, so you could do that and say, you know, what water is. But I think and I'll say this, I'll put it like this. I think the way that you view it, there's more value in viewing it in that manner than there is in how a lot of and being so religious about it and viewing it literal. I think it's much more value in viewing it um from a different angle. Like, you know, maybe it could have been some crash land because I think the way that you kind of seeing it is like more of a mythological people taking a record of what they were seeing at that time period. And I could kind of see that, but I think where my pushback would be personally is that it's not that ancient. It's like not that historic to where um that's actually happening. Maybe some of the stories in there are older because yeah, some of the stories that are in there are older than the actual book itself, right? And don't necessarily belong to the book. But I think outside of that, it's not old enough to give it kind of that type of credibility where it was like, oh, they seen these people come in and then and different things like that. I'm gonna cut my camera off. They seen the crash landing and all of that type of stuff. I think it's a little bit difficult because
I want to play a quick sound bite, you guys. I think Blue, your mic just turned off real quick. I don't know where. It just turned off in the middle of what you were saying, but I want to play this and I want to get you guys' opinion on this. Okay, so I'm fixing to play it. Hopefully it's loud enough. Let me put it up. Okay. All right.
Said, "Oh, I'm reading a flat Earth theory." And it dawned into an entire conversation. He's like, why are you reading a flat Earth theory? And I'm like, because somebody messaged me on Connect about it and they included some links and I'm just reading them. I don't know. I'm just an interested person. No matter what, if there's a bunch of people that believe something, I now want to know what it is that they believe.
Now, Candace Owens is not a flat earther, but what she's going to be talking about here is that we take scientific findings on faith. We believe the people who told them to us. And so she'll say, I left the cult of science. So she will implicitly talk about how science can be a kind of religion. And we want to make explicit what she's talking about in relations to faith and science and religion. Here's Candace Owens.
He pushed me on this and he was talking about the earth curvature and science. And I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody who has left the cult of science. I have left the mega church of science.
She has left the cult of science. So first of all, we have to define what science is. If you take it from the Latin, it's any form of certain knowledge. The problem is materialist scientists today take the only certain knowledge to come from empirical evidence, so the natural world around them. The problem with that statement is it's self-refuting, because that statement, that the only true and certain knowledge is that which we can observe with our senses, is not itself an observable statement. It's a philosophical one. And so scientism, this understanding that science is the only body of knowledge that we can trust, and it comes from empirical observation, is itself self-refuting. So she's denying that, first of all, but now she's going to talk about how science can be a kind of faith. So here's Candace.
Because what I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith.
Science is a pagan faith. What does she mean by that? First of all, what is faith? Think about your birthday. You don't remember, you can't logically prove it, yet I bet you've never doubted the day on which you were born, your birthday. Yet we take it almost entirely on the testimony of witnesses. This is a natural kind of faith. Pagan faith, in the sense that I believe Candace is saying, it doesn't acknowledge God or the true God. Even science itself, scientists have to be a kind of believer. They believe in those two fundamental philosophical principles which allow science to begin. The first is called the principle of non-contradiction. The second is called the principle of sufficient reason. Neither of them can be demonstrably proved because they're at the bottom of all demonstrations. They have to be believed. So she's saying here, test the scientific knowledge that you're receiving from these witnesses. And she's going to give an example of where accepting the testimony of scientists has not worked out. Here's that example.
I'm going to give you an example of exactly what it is I'm talking about in case you think you disagree. A woman tweeted this. You may have seen me retweet this over the weekend. Her name is Beth. She wrote this. Years ago, I was assured that an IUD was safe, effective, and could be removed at any point if I decided on having more children. It was FDA approved, after all. Ovarian cysts, surgery, infections, a week in the hospital, and infertility. That was what they meant by safe and effective. And this really hit home for me, and I felt tremendously compassionate for her because I'm obviously of the baby-making age, and so many of my friends are similarly going through fertility issues and similarly realizing that the birth control that they have been given has contributed to that in some way. People that have pelvic inflammatory disease because of the IUD device being in them for decades. And for those of you that are not aware of what that is, it's literally a copper device that is inserted into a woman to make it so that she does not become pregnant. It's birth control, and yes, it is marketed as both safe and effective. All the best stuff, by the way, is marketed as safe and effective. And I was saying to my husband how it's become such a difficult topic to talk about because I am compassionate for my friends that are going through this. But then there's another side of me that is just amazed, confounded. And I genuinely ask this question. I say, how could any person get to a point where a doctor tells them that putting something that is copper inside of them for a long period of time is perfectly safe and effective and will have no long-term side effects?
So who can we trust?
So let's talk about the cult of science. Now, what's your argument, Lee? You came in here talking about like what is all this stuff, and it come from a scientific kind of like understanding, right? What I see is that okay, well, based on science, it could be this, right? So okay, so you have a Candace Owens is saying that science itself is a religion. So let's talk about that. Let's have a conversation about that.
I did a show about, and I love Candace Owens. I think she's a great conservative woman, very classy and very elegant. She speaks well. But Candace is like most human beings, really dumb. And I'm saying that in the utmost respectful way. Most human beings don't have an inkling of how the world really works. And this anti-science movement by a lot of conservatives, and mind you, I'm a conservative, right? But I'm a conservative that values science. Science has pushed us along for so many years. The problem with the Candace Owens, like with so many conservatives, is, and she just converted to Catholicism as well, she wants to feel special. And a lot of people who become super religious, they want to be special. They want the universe to be just to themselves. They want They want to be wrapped in God's arm just to themselves. So the concept of aliens, the concept of science or AI or any other innovation, it bothers them because it's a realization that you are not special. Like this whole flat earth movement, this whole, it's just a firmament around the earth and science is bullshit. It's because these people want to feel special. When you tell them that, hey man, I've had a telescope, I've told people I've had the same telescope since I've been 6 years old, and I've seen obviously certain planets within our solar system. I've seen distant stars with my telescope. Oh no, that's just lights in the sky. You have conservatives now saying that is just lights in the sky. So now she like so many other people, now she is saying that it is a cult because she wants to demonize science. And I have a question for Candace. Did Candace give birth at home, or did she take her kids to the hospital, or did she give birth in the hospital? If her kids became sick, which I hope they never do, or sick to the point where they need medical care, I wonder if she's going to stay at home and just pray to God, or if she's going to take them to a doctor who studied science to become a doctor. And so, it to me is a disgusting thing that I went in on her, and normally I wouldn't go in on her because I support Candace, but if it weren't for science, just in the last 500 years, right? In the last 500 years, we've seen an incredible progress in the rise of science. Think about the Industrial Revolution. It was scientific discoveries, like the steam engine and new methods of production that fueled a period of immense industrial growth, right? The information age, the development of computers, obviously, the internet and communication technologies pretty much has shrunk the world, right? And connected people that otherwise we wouldn't have spoken to, just say 40 years ago. I mean, I speak to people in Australia on my channel sometimes. So the thing of the matter is that think about rocket technology, think about rocket science. These things are proved. I mean, you see planes in the sky all the time. They're not flying off of magic. They're flying because a rocket engineer figured out figured out the technology many years ago. So the fact of the matter is that you could not like science, but it's going to be right every single time. And
so here,
I'm about to land. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Land your plane. Go ahead.
Candace, she's not educated. She went to college briefly. She never graduated.
She went to Harvard, didn't she?
She did not go to Harvard. No, she did not. Candace Owens did not go to Harvard. She's not educated. She doesn't know science. She doesn't know mathematics. And to be honest with you, that type of thinking is going to set us back. That's going to set us back, and I don't want to live in the Stone Age. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want to, I hate to say this, but look at the most scientifically literate or mathematically literate people on the planet. Look at their countries. Look at the people who don't embrace science and mathematics at a high level. Just look at.
Well, you talking about India? You talking about India?
I'm talking about Africans and I'm talking about South Americans. Look at their
no. Indians.
I said South America. I said South Americans and Africans. I didn't say anything about Indians. But even with Indians, you got to remember there's 1.5 billion of these people. The Indians we see in America represent they represent less than 1%, probably even 0.1%. But the average Indian, about as dumb as a doorknob, to be completely honest with you. And you go to India, you can clearly see it. They have all types of, I don't want to, say the wrong thing over here because this is not my channel. But you have a lot of artards. You have a lot of people with on the spectrum of autism over there. The average Indian is not that bright. A lot of inbreeding is done over there. Just look at their country. Look at the systems over there.
Well, they're the ones leading in technology. They're the ones over here, like that we hire to run our
Yeah, but those are the more intelligent ones. Your average Indian. Well, I mean, all you gotta do is look at India, and that kind of proves the point that these people, how smart are they? They don't even have toilets in India at a mass scale. They can't even figure out their sewage systems, but they're so smart. So So I get what Candace is saying, right? And that's fine. She can say whatever she wants to say. But science and technology is all around us. We are wrapped inside of it. So I don't know what she's talking about.
So I want to bring this whole conversation full circle. So now we're talking about the Bible. We're talking about uh people that believe in Christianity and this, that, the other. And so now Candace Owen is a devout Christian. And what I'm seeing is that like the Christians do not necessarily like really tout science as they don't believe in science like that. She's only reiterating some of the beliefs that Christians believe, right? So I want to ask Mel. Hold on, I want to ask Mel. What do
All
you
right.
think Candace Owen said? And then I'm gonna ask Blue
Sure.
from a Hebrew, because like we have a scientific person. We have this is amazing that this is even happening. I'm like so surprised. This is amazing. You have a scientific person. You have a Jehovah Witness, ex Jehovah Witness. You have a ex Torah. I want to really hear everybody's like standpoint on this whole thing. So yeah, go ahead, Mel.
I didn't catch your question. Your phone went out.
So, from what you understand about like science from a Christian standpoint or from a Jehovah Witness standpoint, from an ex Jehovah Witness standpoint, what do you feel about what Candace Owens was saying about science being a cult of its own religion?
Right. I can understand where she came from. I mean, it makes sense that anything can be a cult. It's kind of like the opposite how people in the Bible says, "Oh, anything can be your God." So I get that. However, my issue is I think that all of these concepts are unknown. We don't have a clue about a God or anything else as far as how we got here. And I think science is the way forward in order to close the gap. And like I spoke about earlier in the Bible, there were certain issues that came up. People were having demons in their bodies shaking. And then all of a sudden, science comes along and we understand that this is a medical condition. And if you had it right now, they would send you to the emergency room and you could perhaps live. Science is very important. We see that with COVID. That's how a lot of us are able to have a pretty decent life right now, is because we were able to lean on science. Um, People that refuse to follow science and lean totally on the Bible, and I gave some examples earlier of how the flat earthers they use the Bible. The Bible says there's water over the firmament. So that means that in the sky, when you look up, it's just like when you look in the ocean, there's a big body of water. And there's even videos of people saying, "Oh, the astronauts they went up into the sky rockets and boom, it hits water." See, these are people that the Bible cannot lie. It has to be true. Therefore, there has to be something here that I'm missing, or something in the Bible, because the Bible can't be wrong. So that's very dangerous. You know, I showed you in Genesis where you have the fruit trees on day 4, and then you have the luminaries, the sun and moon, being developed on day 5. It just doesn't make sense. Whoever wrote that just didn't understand. The person who wrote about um, all of these different concepts just didn't understand life, and then science and education comes along, and then the light gets brighter because now we're able to close the gap and understand things. So that's the reason why Jehovah's Witnesses frown upon education, is because you're learning these concepts in the Bible. And I spent my whole life going to the
And, and
Kingdom
I
Hall.
and I hate to interrupt you because let me tell you, don't they say like that you should don't go to college, you should go to
Right,
Bethel. So yeah, go ahead
right,
and
right. So you go to the Kingdom Hall, you're learning these concepts, you're leaning on the Bible, the Bible, the Bible, and everything has to be based on the Bible. But when you go to college and you start tapping into some real knowledge, they fear that you learning about evolution and real concepts, real things that have progressed, that you might lose your faith. Now think about that. You know, they know that real knowledge could cause you to lose your faith. If the Bible is solid, right? Learning about science shouldn't change that. It should work together in unison so that you can have a more fulfilling life, right? But so that's why they don't want you going to get an education. They don't want you reading those books because you might learn something. So that's my understanding. I'm for science all day long, and that's the beautiful thing about science. Science doesn't get to an aha moment like the Bible in this time frame. Look, we're in 2024, and we're going to read some books that were written by a guy or guys out in fields herding sheep, trying to figure out how to live in a modern age, you know. And if you just get the spirit of the Bible, there's some good concepts that you can read the Gospels, and Jesus said something great. It's like I read a Stephen Covey book. Oh, great. Um, the habits of highly effective people. But that don't mean I want to have the guy tell me my spiritual life and what I should do with God, and I want to perhaps worship Stephen Covey. No. So it's a shame that we're still believing in invisible things in 2024. I think 50 years from now, hopefully we'll close the gap on that and people will get more with the program. Like I said, there's an issue trying to believe in a devil when you go to court. As I said before, they have you swear on the Bible that you're going to be truthful for God, but they will not accept the argument that the devil made me do it. The devil made me beat my wife or kill this person. And if even now tonight, if I was having some weird episode, shaking, foaming at the mouth, saying, "Oh, I see demons, I see dead people," and I go into the emergency room, they're gonna try to send me to. They're gonna say I'm having a psychotic episode, right? So, but the guy can go to church and jump around, and demons are come. I mean, angels are coming from the heaven. They're all on his body. Oh, God, 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 and the pastor's talking to God. Like these things is insanity. But anyway, that's just my
Right.
thoughts.
Blue, I want you to get your now. Blue, he had okay. Now he is the cult of technology and science, right? So I'm not sure if you guys saw the live we did with him being a part of the dark side. The dark side is a group that they worship technology, correct, Blue? Are you still there? Did we lose you, Blue? Okay. So Blue, he has this thing called the dark side, and he is like the leader of the dark side. And the dark side is a cult of technology. Are you there? Go ahead. I want to hear what your take on it is.
Definitely. For me, um, I think this is the issue that she having is the religious, like it's definitely you can hear like where the religion is kind of is playing a part in how she's viewing science. But I think even the way that she's viewing it, it's like they whole argument was like a fallacy in itself, right? Even the example that she used of like the FDA approving something and saying that it was good, that's not based off. And what they keep trying to say is like science is based off of faith. No, it's based off of work that's done and the conclusion that you drawn based off the work that is done, right? Not blind faith. And see the issue with that, even how she and you can tell there ain't even just a disconnect with her and how she views science. There's a disconnect with even how she views the Bible. Because even how she's describing faith, that's not even that's not even how it's described biblically, right? Because even biblically, faith would be described closer to science, right? Because you having faith without works is dead, right? So even in that instance, there's no way you can get to a conclusion without first having a work put forth in front of it. And so, is every time that you put things together, is the outcome always going to be correct or right? No. Sometimes that you might put two different chemicals together and it actually produces a problem. But part of science is not only understanding that it produced a problem, but being able to calculate that problem, uh, um, re, how can I describe it? Jot that down or basically take note of that issue, and then moving forward, next time you don't use that same route that you used the last time to get to point B,
It's called the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
Test,
Exactly.
yeah, and retail, all that stuff. This is a scientific method to everything.
Right. And so when that's being intellectually disingenuous when you saying that science is based off of faith. Like what science? What are you talking about exactly? And she don't have really an answer, and the one that she provided was a horrible. The FDA, putting out a vaccine that turned out no. They put out that vaccine based off of whatever evidence. Now we can say that it was fucked up or however, but the evidence they supposedly have built whatever evidence that they had based off of trial and error, and
But
based off of trial and error.
I want to say this is that science can be a religion, and the reason why I would say that is because Terrence Howard just came up with 1+2=3 or some shit like that. 1+1=2 or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
He
One times one is two.
Yeah, some stuff. He got on Joe Rogan, and this guy Epstein comes along, and he says, "You know what?" He pretty much like threatened him almost on some like, "No, you don't get to do that. We have our set rules of how it's supposed to go, and you're you're just getting into this, and we have like this is like a priesthood of scientists that believe a certain way." And here's the thing: is that Terrence Howard is trying to basically go against everything that this priesthood of scientists, mathematics, whatever, and change the whole thing, right? And this guy comes out, and it's almost like he talked about the mafia and everything, and basically like sunned Terrence Howard on some like, man, you better watch out what you saying. You have a dangerous mind. He made him seem like a fool up there, like you know what I'm saying, like made him seem little to none. So I'm like, go ahead.
Yeah, I think though when like so specifically dealing with Terrence Howard, right? Now other stuff that he might get into, I'm not gonna touch on that. But the issue when you dealing with 1 times 1 equaling something outside of what we already know, the issue that's not when you say like a priesthood, that's not somebody controlling the narrative. That's people like that's just you with your two fingers putting the two fingers together and coming up with that, right? So that's like even as basic as that's like some of the most primitive forms of us being able to count or even do math. So if you change something as simple as 1 times 1, and if that turns out to be wrong, which we know it isn't, but let's just say that is wrong, then yeah, you do throw off the whole way that math is done from then on. Because now if 1 times 1 is 1, now we got to get into 2+2. And remember, multiplication is the same thing as addition. It's the same thing. The same principles apply, right? It's just used in a different form, or the way that you view it is different, or the way that it's added is a little bit different, but it's really the same math. So I'm not a fan of what happened with him. I don't like the way that shit looked at all. But to me, he asked for that, especially when you don't allow. Neil deGrasse Tyson was the one who actually got at him on that and wrote. He did it properly. He wrote him. He peer reviewed his work, and he wrote out why he was wrong. He should have accepted that from Neil deGrasse Tyson instead of getting us all embarrassed on a goddamn stream making up math. You just can't. Like you can do a lot of different things scientifically, but math isn't one of those things because math isn't something that's created, right? Or you learn like we learn math. We don't learn math, but math is embedded in the universe, right? It's like the language of the universe. That's how you understand the universe. That's how you communicate. That's how you know what position you're in. So when you kind of try to take math and turn it into like a religion that's controlled by like elites, you're kind of like it just you're really just getting into like more so of the conspiracy aspects than actually doing the numbers yourself. That's where like the issue, for me comes in. Like I said, the math is already embedded into the universe. We discover math. That's not
No,
something
he's not.
that we
No,
what you call it.
he has several like inventions out though. He's not just a person just talking ish.
Yeah, but that's on different levels. We just strictly talking about 1 times 1 is 1 is 2. When you do 1 times 1 is 2,
One, no,
that's different.
1 + 1 = 3 or something like that. Was it 1 times
Yeah,
or
he's saying 1 times 1 is 2. That's his theory, and that zero doesn't exist. You can't
right?
have nothing,
Okay.
which it doesn't. But I mean, yeah, zero does not have a value. And I think he misunderstands the language of how zero is used. Because yeah, zero is a number, but yeah, even though it's a number, it does not have value. It's just another word or a number used to describe nothing or you not having anything. So he's just kind of he's philosophizing. You can't philosophize math. You can be. He can do what he want to do with philosophy in other areas. You can definitely do that. If you
But
want to go into creationalism, like he want to do the tree of life that, or not the tree of life, but the flower that he brought out.
the flower of life, yeah.
Yeah, the flower, all of that. That's fine. That's perfectly fine.
But not the
But once you
fundamentals, not the
right,
fundamentals.
you can't philosophize. Yeah, now you trying to be a philosopher on mathematics. Oh, well, 2 + 2 could equal no, because at the end of the day, if you have 2 units and you add another 2 units, you're gonna end up with 4 units. There's no way to escape that principle. Nobody can make that up. That's something that you can do, that you discover on your own.
I can feel your energy, chaotic. You want to get in here? Go ahead and say something. Go
I'm
ahead.
just waiting. I'm just waiting. I'm
I
listening.
know I can feel your energy. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, uh, Terrence Howard is insane. Uh, he's a man who, just like Candace, is uneducated. He's been an actor since he's been 18 or 19, so he didn't go to any formal schooling. And I'm aware of his quote unquote inventions, but what is the practicality of anything he's invented? You know, the thing is that we live in a time where anybody can have a voice in anything now because of social media. And I think that's going to possibly be one of the biggest dangers of humanity moving forward. This deregulation, and I believe it should be deregulated, but this deregulation of social media, anybody can talk. So here we have Weinstein, who is a famous mathematician, not in my opinion threatening him, but basically, in my opinion, I looked at it as people who are concerned about a man who is possibly schizophrenic or is losing his mind. I think that they were trying to help him. Uh, Again, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a straight shooter. He comes from the hip. So he gave Terrence Howard a peer review that Terrence Howard just would not accept. The fact of the matter is that mathematics is mathematics. We use math for pretty much everything. We're not going to rely on Terrence Howard's mathematics for geospatial positioning. In the military is not going to. Oh, hey, Terrence, we should get Terrence in to oversee the geospatial positioning, where our satellites are, where rockets are, where drones are striking, etc. Just use his math. No, we use what has been used for thousands of years, the established mathematics, or the established logic that we have right now. Now, I'm not a mathematician, so I don't have the greatest diction about math. I am decent at math, but the fact is that you have a man up there. And mind you, I'm not a quantum physicist. He was trying to explain concepts that, truth be told, sounded like how I sound on a mushroom trip. It's reasonably intelligent people attempting to be very smart, and he looked stupid.
And he does do ayahuasca because I did see it like
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. He's done ayahuasca and he hasn't gotten off of his trip. Terrence, again, uneducated. He's not educated formally in mathematics or science, and he doesn't understand how the peer review system works. And I can understand how people can look at that as, some sort of religion. You got to come through us, and I can understand that. But this is to protect society. You don't want Terrence Howard's to have all these books and millions of people are reading it saying, yeah, man, 1 times 1 is 2. Could you imagine what that would do? I mean, we already have high rates of illiteracy or mathematic and scientific illiteracy. Now we're going to have somebody who completely doesn't understand mathematics possibly selling a book about why 1 times 1 is 2. And that is completely incorrect. Because my thing is that the mathematics that we have been using for years have created just about everything we use. It's regulated distances for us, etc. So honestly, man, we're dealing with people who aren't really literate in science or math, to be honest with you. But go ahead, I'm listening. Go ahead. Malcolm, you are on mute. Okay, so would we rely on Terrence Howard's Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, my bad. Where's Blue? I think he dropped out.
Yeah.
Let
me ask you this. Would you rely on Terrence Howard's mathematics to let's assume we are at NASA and we need to calculate the trajectory from Earth to Saturn, right? Let's say, and would we use Terrence Howard's view of math, or would we use the already established mathematics that we have right now?
The established mathematics. I mean,
and that's what I'm saying, man. He's introducing, to me, he's doing this to be relevant. He's an actor. So he has to do something, in my opinion, to remain relevant. And I believe that's what Terrence is doing. Now, I will admit he has a whole bunch of patents. Okay. But what are his patents in? What are they in?
Geometry. I don't even know what it really is going. You know what?
Yeah,
I think
because even the degree that he claimed he had a degree in
He lied about it.
at whatever school, but no,
He
they gave
lied.
that man an honorary degree. He doesn't have no degree in any type of science or anything in the field. So
He got.
this guy.
Hold
He's
on.
trapped in that Iron Man character.
Hold on now. Weinstein did say, or Einstein, whatever his name is, did say that his thing with the geometry thing, whatever that thing was, whatever he made, it allowed things to be able to fly like in some kind of crazy way.
Alchemizing energy. You're talking about the linchpins. Alchemizing. Have you ever been with a group of people and somebody's gotten really drunk and you do everything or high and they kind of get violent almost and you do everything to calm them down? Like, oh man, it's yeah, man, everybody's against you, man. Don't, just stay outside for like 5 minutes, man. You don't need to go back into the bar, man. Everybody's against you. I think that's what Weinstein was essentially doing with.
But they showed a video of the linchpins flying in different direction because it was able to like go in circles and things that like normal like drones couldn't do or whatever it was. So it was something to what he was doing.
So do you honestly believe Terrence Howard developed that technology, or the U.S. government hadn't already had that piece of technology for at least 100 years now?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, to be honest,
if that's the case, how do you get the patent for it? How do you get?
I don't know if I don't know what exactly he has the patents on. I don't. So I'm gonna have to.
It's the linchpins and being in like this propulsion method that allows
you.
So
So what you saw in that video, are you telling me that they stole, I guess, that aerodynamic feature from Terrence Howard, or?
Well, I don't know. All I know is that he has the patent for it. I don't know when he created the patent or whether or not I don't know if they stole it from him. Maybe he sold it to him or whatever. That's what he says. I don't know. I don't know what
That's why I say I won't discredit him on other stuff because the other stuff is that's up in the air. The only thing I would get on him about is what he tried to do with mathematics, and I that's the issue. The other stuff, yeah, you can get into there and philosophize. It's other spaces where you can kind of get into, using your imagination. But in order for you to be able to put all of that stuff together and manifest it into reality, you're gonna have to use mathematics. And if you're starting out with 1 times 1 is 2, you're gonna have a hard time creating something that actually works, just based off of your whole foundation of how you would add things up to put it together would be off. So like I said, I would give him the other stuff if we want to give him that, maybe some of the stuff he patented and created. But as far as just strictly the 1 times 1, he gotta leave that math alone. Like, use math, bro, and allow math, because if you
agree.
look at what he created, I guarantee his principle on 1 times 1,
Was
it
not
ain't
good.
got. That is not how he got to the conclusion. Right. That ain't how he got this.
Einstein said it was imperfect. He said that there was a imperfectness that happened there in that linchpin situation, whatever he made, that he actually made a mistake, and that mistake turned into something. So I could say, listen, let me just like point this out here. Okay. Okay. I practice African spirituality. I was a AME Baptist Christian, and I also went to a Pentecostal church growing up. So I like my mom she had me going to Jehovah Witness, Mormon, AME, all them different type of churches. So I was, even though like she didn't say you need to choose one, she allowed me to go to different like churches. And as an adult, I chose, like, I practice what you call is OSHA. You know what I'm saying? I practice African spirituality, or Ifa. Now we have here male who's called the Watcher, and he is a Jehovah Witness. We have Investing Out the Blue, a former Torah Bible or Torah Hebrew Israelite. Chaotic Truth, what is your background?
In terms of religion, or
Yeah, what's your background?
well, I grew up in a Baptist church all my life.
Right. So I think that we have is like a lot of like very this is a very
Yeah.
intelligent panel. So
I don't know how old you are, but I grew up when the choir used to march in.
yes, the
Yeah.
choir and the usher board,
Yeah,
and have
yeah,
the white gloves on, and
yeah, 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 yeah.
all that stuff. You know
And
what
they
I'm saying?
wouldn't let you back in if
The preacher was preaching.
yeah. So you had to wait out in the vestibule. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So I'm like old school, like AME,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
AME has a structure to it as well, like that AME
Yeah.
group. But once you find out that the actual originator of AME was the one who created
Yeah.
hoodoo,
One,
was a
one
hoodoo
thing,
practitioner,
yeah.
you'll find out that, like, man, this whole thing, when it comes
Yeah.
down to, and I'm saying that the reason why I got into African spirituality is because there was a mathematical basis to it,
Oh, really?
even in the
Okay.
divination system of it all. The
So you practice voodoo?
I practice I practice what they would call lukumi.
Okay. So your gods are like Obatala, Olashun, Olorun, all that.
I don't know. I got my Orisha,
Yeah,
or
Risha. Yeah.
order of one's head. So
Okay.
we don't believe that we only believe in one God, Olodumare, and we
All I
believe
do my right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
our
Okay.
force of nature that owns each person's head.
Okay.
Each person has a owner of one head that are linked to a force of nature, and that
Okay.
force of nature is also linked to a body part, etc., color, all these different things. And this is like what the ancient Africans believed when they came over to America. But what happened,
Mm.
the Catholic Church made it illegal, and so they had to like cloak it under the Catholicism. And so they used the Catholic saints to cloak the religion and pretend like they were actually worshiping Saint Peter and Saint this and Saint that, but really they were actually
Oh.
worshiping the Orisha. And so it's a very interesting. And what happened, it really was really prominent in the Caribbean where like the slave ports were. You have Haiti and different parts. You have like, and in these ports you have voodoo. Voodoo is actually a religion from Benin. Then you have 21 divisions, which is another one. And then Jamaica has what's it called?
Mm-hmm.
The name for the Jamaican thing called uh, Rubia. There's a name for it, but I can't figure out. I can't remember it now. Rubia or something, something. And then in Cuba, it's Lukumi, and that's where when people like. And then so what happened is then you had the voodoo that also came into Louisiana, which was was a French colony.
Yeah.
You have Haitian voodoo, and then you have uh it's Obia. Obia is the Jamaican, and all this stuff comes from from Africa, right? And it's really based in divination, and the divination system is not like the tarot, because in African spirituality you have a main diviner, which is called Orumila. Orum,
Yeah.
it's really based on a numerical system that links up to like these Odu. It's called an Odu, and the Odu has a song, and so it goes into vibration, musical vibration songs. Those songs link up to a story. Those stories, which are like written song format, and that's where you get that whole griot type of thing. Of
Oh, okay.
so what me being a Christian, and when I what happened is that I ran into some software engineers that were ex Nation of Islam members, but they were
Oh,
software
really?
engineers and hackers, right? And when they found out that I was a Christian, they really r- ran me through the fire, and I couldn't answer any of the questions. And I began to like research. And at the time, I was being a software engineer. I was doing a Sarah Suit and Seti's website, and he was into the Egyptian
Yeah.
aspect of this.
Yeah.
So what happened is that like I began to like learn more about African spirituality, watching
Oh, okay.
Dr. Henry Clark,
Yeah,
watching
I'm familiar.
Yakanan,
Mm-hmm.
Ashraf Kwesi, and so I got into that. But then eventually I ended up into where I'm at right now as a priest, as a Oya, a person with the crowned Oya priest in African spirituality. So when I like do this live, I'm not here to like put down Christianity, because one of the things that happened in my Itai, which is your life reading that happens when you get crowned, is that my ancestor said, I want you to go to church. That's one thing that my ancestor said, go to church. I want you to go to church because I want to speak to you when you go to church. I want to speak to you because through being at that church, because all this, the spirit is there, if they were raised Christian, whatever, you know what, I'll be able to speak to you when you go to that church, your Igun, your ancestors, because in our religion, we don't believe that energy is it's destroyed when a person passes away. They're still around, their energy is still there. And then we believe in reincarnation. You're reborn through your blood relatives, et cetera, et cetera. So,
I could already want to work better.
all right, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Yeah, this is
So,
working a lot better.
so I brought you guys all together, and I think, I really brought Blue here, and Blue was a catalyst for all this, and I really am thankful for Blue because when I was watching this whole thing about the Book of Enoch, I said, well, are these Orisha? Because Blue has an understanding about the Orisha, so I said, well, maybe there's a connection between this whole Watchers thing and the angels and whatever in the Orisha. And he then went on, because I don't really understand like the depths of Christianity, like to that level of the history and everything. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe these were the Orisha. And then he told me, listen, it's not what you think it is. And he broke it down to me. And so that's why we're here today, because of the Book of Enoch. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
And just so you know,
yeah, go ahead.
Terrence Howard grew up a Jehovah's Witness as well.
Mm,
Wow.
that's
Wow.
Yeah.
crazy.
So that's a key part to his life, growing up a Jehovah's Witness.
They got a lot of famous people, boy. A lot of famous people. Because remember, John Sally was knocking on doors during the championship. A lot of people don't even know that he was literally going door to door during the championship doing his infield service while he was playing for the Lakers.
I think
So,
Prince was on field service doing his thing.
mhm.
During when he was
Prince
whatever.
was in field. Yep, Prince was somebody that was in field service too. So you can see where they allow certain stuff to fly and this is how you be knowing when you're dealing with elitism
But
because
I think it
it's cool
is
for
your
the
Jehovah Witness church based in masonry.
yeah. Yeah, all of it is. Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
Charles
the
Tay
original
Russell was
guy.
buried with that.
Right, right.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely shrouded in masonry.
It's a lot of Jehovah Witnesses, like a group that grew up in the chat, y'all, and it's crazy how far reaching this whole thing is, you know. So um, the question is that okay? So we talked about the Book of Enoch. I showed you my African spirituality background, and that's the reason why when people talk about science and technology, the reason why I was so drawn to African spirituality is it's based in math. Like the whole Odu is based on binary code. It's not like a system of tarot where I have a feeling that the spirit is talking. No, it's based in binary code that connects to a database of stories. So that's the first binary code, right? I'm a software engineer. I totally identified with that. That if this number comes out, it connects to this story. This story has a song that goes with it, and this is the song that goes with it. And these are the like things you got to do. Come on, there's nothing to me more like that. This is what our ancient ancestors were doing. So to me, it made the perfect sense to be involved in that religion.
Guys, it was great talking to you. I gotta roll up out of here. It's getting late, but I'll definitely come back, man.
Same here.
Absolutely.
Definitely, I appreciate y'all. Appreciate both of y'all. Appreciate it.
So before y'all leave, uh, I wish that Chaotic wouldn't have left so soon because I would say, hey, I would like to like continue this conversation sooner than later. I thank you guys for being here. This is like man 5 hours long, man. It's crazy. Um, what's y'all last thoughts? Last thoughts. I wish Chaotic could have gave his last thoughts before he left, but go ahead.
Well, I want to say this going forward. If you want to, I want to do something where maybe we put together some of the doctrine um, of 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 the Jehovah Witnesses, and maybe we can go through um, some of the doctrines, stuff like Jesus being Michael, the archangel, the 144,000, the 1914. I think that's a big one. That Christ is actually, because that's the one that they switched up. Now they saying that Christ is ruling. It has been ruling since 1914. He's just invisible. So that's another thing that. But if you let's do something like that, man. Maybe we go through a list of some of the stuff that they rock with and just kind of show where they're wrong at and how they understand it. And I'll give you another one too. And even in the Bible with some of the verses that are missing and cut off. I don't know if you know about that. Um,
Yeah, I'm versed in that.
like
Yeah.
yeah, like what was it
I have a
where it
list.
says the three that were on that the three on earth, the blood, the what was it? It was like three witnesses. I think it was three in heaven, God the Father and the Holy Spirit, and I think the three on earth were one, the blood, the water, and the body. I think or something like that. But they cut that verse off and they removed that. And there's other verses in there that they just take out. So when you're reading, it just like literally skips the whole verse and just picks up. So yeah, I would love to go through some of that with you, bro. Anytime you want to, maybe we get on here and break it down for people.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's do that. Let's set up a live. Let's come up with like some the subjects about like because I think this is really a great combination when it comes down to the Torah versus like the Judaism. I mean the Jehovah Witness aspect of things. Like I said, you guys are both like the like when I think about biblical scholars, a lot of like the Hebrew Israelites. I mean, they know the Bible in and out. Jehovah Witness know the Bible in and out. What better way to have this discussion and have some of the people that understand the Bible in and out, up, down, left, and right, and be able to like really break things down for the people in the back that are just like going to church every day and listening to the pastor just take a section out and give you a sermon based on that that has nothing to do with the actual real story is. You know, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So let's set that up and you guys
Right.
look forward. Look, okay. Gynocracy said she said she want to be on the panel too. I practice Hinduism, Buddhism for 15 years, been out of JWs for 15 years. You know, let's come back and really have this conversation because I believe that this is a beautiful combination. It happened naturally. Shouts out to Mel and shouts out to Blue. Is there Blue Mel? Do you want to say anything last and foremost?
Yeah. As far as Jehovah's Witnesses go, one of the key things that happened in Canada, there were some issues that happened allegedly, I'll say, in a legal court system that they had to call in the guys who translated the Bible. So in the Jehovah's Witness Bible, they render them as being anonymous, but under the right circumstances in the legal world, you could subpoena, and so they came up with these guys. And one of the key guys, he admitted that they translated the Bible Jehovah's Witnesses have, without knowing any Greek. And he explained, you can pull up a transcript, he explains loosely how they came up with concepts. But here's the thing, if you're just talking about wearing a beard, that's one thing. But when it comes down to a blood transfusion where a person loses their life, that's a whole different ball game. And so they're translating the Bible and they're changing, taking out scriptures, adding words. Um, John 1:1, when it talks about the word, and the word was a God, and the word was
Hmm.
with God, whichever way it's rendered, they have the God in lowercase g to denote.
Right.
So they shuck and jive a lot. And instead of living according to the Bible, they alter the Bible to meet their doctrine. You see how deep that is? So whatever makes them look good, it's almost like they want men to worship them in the organization. And so it's very dangerous when it comes to a cult and to be involved in something because ultimately, whatever we practice day to day, every day, it subconsciously controls our mind to a certain extent because we get in the habit of doing things and we don't even question why we're doing it. And a lot of these things, like I'll give you an example. I grew up not celebrating Christmas, right? But at some point, probably my grandmother told me, listen, because we did celebrate one Christmas, but we became Jehovah's Witnesses. I was 4, by 5, we became Jehovah's Witnesses. So at some point, my grandmother said, well, you're not going to celebrate Christmas. But when I think about it, not celebrating Christmas, am I thinking my own thoughts or am I thinking what my grandmother instilled in me? A lot of times, the things we think about and the things we do in practice, you got some from your mother, some from your aunt, some from people around you. And so, my point is, we have to be careful with these religions because they really take over your life so much to the point where people leave the religion and they end up um, taking their own lives because they can't not break the mold of that religion and the impact that it's had on their lives. So it's very important to get in front of the curve and for the new generation of children to teach them concepts. Man doesn't walk on water. So where are we getting that from? Why are we teaching these concepts? Maybe these um, The different stories in the Bible are teaching a good lesson about life, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it actually happened, and so forth and so on. But the problem is when you get involved with a cult like Jehovah's Witnesses, the minute you deny that what they told you is accurate, they excommunicate you and you no longer can talk to your family. So that's a new change that they brought about where they're trying to loosen the ropes on disfellowshipping. They don't even want to use that word anymore. And the reason why they stopped doing that is because they were getting sued so much in these other countries and they started to lose their religious status because of shunning. So now they're just softening it up so that they can stay in these countries. But ultimately, they will separate you from your family. So it's beautiful to be a part of this channel here tonight and to discuss this major issue with cults. And quite frankly, Jehovah's Witnesses are leading the pack when it comes to numbers. And they do a lot of strange things and they divide so many people. And quite from my reference point, I see a lot of people that leave Jehovah's Witnesses and they join our Facebook group. I'm one of the admins. There's tons of people. There's so many people leaving that religion. We can't even keep up with them as they come into our group on Facebook. So that gives you an idea that something is wrong and people are starting to wake up, especially due to the internet. So thank you for letting me be here today. I appreciate your kindness. And I look forward to coming back anytime you guys need me.
Look at me. Hey. I just want to say this. I want to thank you guys. I want to thank y'all brothers for like being here with this family. This was a beautiful build. I'm thankful for Chaotic, thankful for investing out the blue, thankful for Mel coming up. And I want to say something about these calls because now that we are starting to like really break open the whole cults that are going on. Sorry, this is too close. Oh shit, never mind. I'm gonna stop my camera. Now that we're like finding out about the cults that are happening in like the religions, more people are popping up on the internet with these like really individualistic cults where you have a person on the internet and like people begin to follow people on the internet and that becomes a cult. It becomes a cult of its own kind. And the reason why I'm bringing awareness to like these kind of cult like things is because it's very easy to get sucked into a cult. You leave one cult, you leave Christianity, you leave Jehovah Witness, and next thing you know, now you're following someone that says that they're Jesus now. You're following someone that you believe now their thing is the new thing, And I really want to to bring awareness to cult like behavior. I want to bring awareness to these doctrines that are really like, affecting our community. And I thank these two brothers as well as like Chaotic that came up here and like talked to us about these things. I practice a religion that's very individualistic. It's not really about one head leader that's above everybody else, whatever. But when it really comes down to it, people need to like love themselves and know who they are as a person and really begin to love themselves. If you're in a cult, learn to love yourself. You don't have to seek anything outside of it. First of all, get yourself together and begin to like do the self work and the healing within yourself. And with all that, I say thank you guys for joining my live today. We are 5 hours and 21 minutes in. Thank you guys. Shouts out. Peace.
Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. The storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm. tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.